exists on your property as observed and cited by the code enforcement officer. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded. Therefore, all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all of the testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We do have interpreters, translators who will assist you during these proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, or any witness that you may have should announce your presence and let me know that you're here. When asked, please speak directly into the microphone and say aloud your name, your business or mailing address, and your relationship to the property. If you are not the property owner or an attorney at law representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney or an affidavit from the owner in order to be able to give testimony on behalf of the owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you are aware and understand the nature of the violation that is being heard today. And if you understand what is required to resolve the violation, please answer accordingly. The city will present its case first, and then the property owner or violator will be given an opportunity to testify on their behalf and to bring forward any witnesses to testify and present evidence and photographs, and also to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue a finding of fact in the case. If I find that a violation of city code exists or existed at your property, then depending on the case, I will set an abatement date or a compliance date for the violation to be resolved, or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new non-repeat cases, my order will include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation and a daily fine amount that I may impose at the future hearing should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement action at this time, I will table or continue this case proceeding for another hearing in the future. If you do not agree with my finding of fact and or my ruling, then the property owner may appeal this administrative order on the case to the circuit court. An appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the execution of my administrative order in order to be appealed. Under Florida law, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by a special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need to have a transcript or a verbatim record of these proceedings. This record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant. And it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal their case should provide their own court reporter at these proceedings. Pursuant to city codes, if the city of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate, the city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment amount is $100. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge additional administrative fees to record and release the lien. So at this point, I'm going to ask the police officer to administer the oath to all the witnesses and parties that will be testifying today before the special magistrate.
Should we do the pledge first?
Yes, we can do the pledge. Let's do the pledge first.
Let's have everyone come in to do the pledge, please.
Can you guys come in for the pledge and you guys one, please? TV. All right, to face the flag, repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Guys, don't leave, he's gonna swear you in.
So now we'll be doing the swearing in.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Are we swearing in on the inside?
The translators need to be sworn in. You guys can go, thank you.
Translators?
I can't hear you, Crystal.
You're mute. There.
Can you move forward with the virtual instructions, Pilar? Our translators are not on the call yet.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I will review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is muted at all times unless you are giving testimony on a case. If you are using two devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled on one device. If you registered in advance for today's hearing, your case will be given priority. When your case is called, your system will receive a notification that it has been given access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If you did not register in advance and you would like to speak on behalf of the case, when the case is called, I will ask whether there is anyone present on behalf of the property. If you want to speak, please click the raise hand button to be given the ability to speak on the case. Once the magistrate allows you to give testimony on your case, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property.
Any additions, deletions, changes to the agenda?
Yes. Cases that have been postponed is Camilo and Francisco Mormal, case number CEDPR 2020-00019. Now, I will read the cases that have come into compliance. The first case is 770 Condominium Association, case CEMHF 2020-00003. Case 775 Northeast 138th Street LLC, CEPFY 2020-00135. Bertha Aladdin, case CEJNK 2020-00023. DeJuice Valcourt, CEFAW 2020-00037. Beatrice Bussat, case number CEGMP 2020-00006. Delicia Mazzano, CEJNK 2020-00004. Nathan Grossfield, CENUS 2020-00104. Exotic Like Me, case number CEZCU 2020-00004. Shamara Absansian, case number CEWWC 2020-00003. Exotic Like Me, CEFOB 2020-00005. Ann Cummings, CEMHE 2020-00003. Irvin Peretz, case CERCV 2020-00078. Galvez, CERCV 2020-00032. Irene Backham, CEWWC 2019-00068. Ismael Perez, CEODS 2020-00003. Julio Suarez Rodriguez, CERCV 2020-00026. MacPac Enterprises, CEPFY 2020-00079. Paradas Social Club, CEBPR 2020-00022. And the last case is Roy Anderson, CERCB 2020-00031. Those are all the additions and deletions to the agenda.
Special Magistrate, at this time, the first case on the agenda, if we can go ahead and table that item for a future hearing and move into the second case on the agenda.
That case that you're referring to is 1525 Northeast 125th Street?
No, sir, it's 1015 Northwest 130 Street, TA 2018 One Borrower LLC.
Very well.
Pilar, you can move forward with the next case.
The next case is Dorset House Association, case number CESCN 2019-00003, property address 2500 Northeast 135 Street. Officer Shanna Sanders.
And I have a Tara Mullery and Tanya Hamlai that I'm going to give access into the meeting at this point, at this time.
How do I?
Do it. I have it. Thank you.
Okay, Dorset House Association, Inc. Who's here on behalf of the property owner?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Tara Mulberry on behalf of Dorset House.
Very well.
I also, Tanya Homeland is actually the engineer that the association has hired for this property. So I do have her. She should be either on the line or coming on the line.
Yes.
Okay, there are two cases involving the same property.
Yes, Your
All right, so we're going to hear the exposed rebar case first, Dorset versus, Dorset House Association. Let me hear from the code officer if she's ready.
Before you get started, I just need to verify that all audio is connected and that the parties are sworn in.
Audio is connected.
Audio is connected, okay.
Tanya,
Okay.
okay. Pilar, can you move forward with doing the swear-in for the Tanya Hamlai and whoever she's with?
Can you please raise your right hand?
And certainly for the optimal Optimus.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
And you?
All right, very well. Let me hear from the code officer.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Officer. Before I begin giving testimony on this, I would like to be sworn in. I was not present with the swearing in.
All right, why don't you stand up and be sworn?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead and present the case.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, presenting this case for property address 2500 Northeast 135 Street for not for general maintenance of property. I initially cited this property last year, November 7, 2019, to be exact, whereas I opened up a violation, sent a few letters. I did not have any contact with the property owners or the management company. I saw them for the first time when we came to the last special magistrate hearing, whereas they asked for the case to be tabled. I have not had any conversations with them anytime after that. Upon my reinspection last week, on the 8th, the property still remained in the same condition. I'll let the management company in or someone from 2500 Northeast 135 Street give testimony as to what's going on. But again, as of my last reinspection, the property remains in the same condition.
All right, you had previously provided us with photographs of the condition.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so that's already part of the record.
Yes, it is.
Let me ask the property owner to respond to the citation. And if you contest a violation, you can proffer any testimony you wish. If you need a little bit more time, let me know and I'll consider it.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify something, we did reach out to Ms. Saunders. There was an additional violation for a lack of a address on the waterway, which we did clear. And basically what's going on is the association is trying to come under compliance. This was previously tabled because we were trying to get a loan for the association. This is significant repairs that need to be done. The loan was actually procured the day after the last hearing. And there's an engineer that has been hired for the property. This is a massive construction project that needs to be undertaken. It is exposed rebar. Lots of things have to be done in stages, which I will have the engineer discuss as well as the timeline for it. I hate to jump back and forth, but basically with the 12 units that are missing screens, the other violation, we can't really do those screens until we go ahead and replace the...
Why don't we wait on that? Let's just deal with the first one. Let's deal with the rebar, which seems to be, to me, the more serious one.
Yes, Your Honor. So the association has engaged in engineering. Last year, they did try and procure somebody to start this work. I can't really discuss much now that matter is in litigation, but they weren't able, that company was unable to do the work. So we procured a loan, and now we have an engineer and another party that's getting ready to get started. They actually, it's my understanding, they are on site today and doing the initial inspection in order to get the permits and everything started. But that is Tanya. I have her on the line if she wants to go ahead and explain the timeline for what needs to be done and how we're going to go about doing that.
All right, let's hear from, first let's swear in the witness. Has she been sworn?
Yes, Special Magistrate, the witness was sworn in.
Okay. All right, so tell me succinctly what's the plan here to remedy the violation and the condition that I'm looking at in the screen.
This is me. Can you?
So, can you hear us? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
So, we have been just retained to produce the engineering evaluation of the existing building, to review the existing conditions of spalling, and prepare the plans with the specifications on how to repair the areas which need structural repairs. We just arrived on site today, so this is our first day here. We see some areas that exposed rebar, in some areas which will definitely have to be attended to, and it's a process. We need to assess basically the whole building plus the garage, prepare drawings, as I mentioned, specifications, and get the prices from the contractors, at least 3 of them. And then proceed with the repairs. We will also be inspecting these repairs during the actual construction and signing off on whatever work is being done. So it's a process which will take us a few weeks, I would say, to assess it, and then probably a few weeks to get the contractor signed on, and then proceed, apply for permit and proceed with construction. That's the process that we are basically starting now.
All right, so do you have a contract with a contractor at the moment?
We don't have a contract with a contractor. We have a contract with structural engineers. We have contract with association.
Well, the structural engineer can't do anything unless you have a contractor. So and from what I'm looking at, that's major work.
Yes.
That's the association engaged the engineer to make sure that they're assessing the entire building, not just these certain areas that are photographed. So once they have the full assessment and the plans from the engineer, then the contractor gets engaged and then they'll start the work. So at this point,
how much time do you need to get going, get a contractor on board and get building permits to remedy this work?
Excuse me? What was the question?
Can you repeat the question, please?
How much time do you need to get plans ready for the contractor to bid on the project and get a building permit on those plans?
It will probably take us between 4 to 6 weeks to prepare the plans. Yeah. And then we need to get 3 bids minimum from different contractors. That's in Florida statute. So we'll have to get our plans, the specifications and the quantities, it's kind of like similar format, so that the 3 contractors, at least 3 contractors, preferably 5, so we can get competitive bidding, and they'll have to bid on the same set of plans, then we'll compare, interview them, and sign the contract, or association will sign the
The
contract.
board meeting has to
Right.
approve it, so.
And then the board have to approve.
Yeah, the board will have to approve.
Has the bank given you sufficient funding to do the work?
The board are paying, we're being retained.
There's a significant,
One at a time.
sorry.
Then the board obtained the loan for construction costs, the
Then we
construction.
have to make a spatial
Right,
assessment.
then they'll have to also do special assessment of all the units. But, they appear to be on board, they're aware that this work has to be done. As far as our fees, they're much less, obviously, than the cost of construction.
And they just.
You have to explain to me if you are getting a loan, correct? I thought I heard you say that.
But the association does have the loan. The special assessment will come later. They do have the loan to go ahead and get this work started. How the loan ends up getting paid off will be a special assessment, but right now they
Okay.
do.
I'm not gonna wait around for a special assessment, okay? If the building official goes out there and does an inspection and finds that this is an unsafe structure, he's going to have to red tag the building and people are gonna have to find somewhere else to go. So this is important to get it moving quickly. You understand that?
Yes, and the association does as well. They have procured the funds, they've hired the engineer, they're ready to get going. They do have the money to get going. It's just now that we have the engineer on site to do the assessments, she's saying 4 to 6 weeks to prepare the plans to then submit it for bid. So we would request, 8 weeks to allow those contractors to go out there and bid, and then maybe another 2 weeks to allow the board to choose the contractor based on the interviews.
Well, I'm going to table this item one time again, and I'm going to set an abatement date of February 4th of 2021. I want this to come back to me, and I want to see some progress. I'm all for bidding and getting as many bids as you want, but I don't want the bidding process to take forever. You may have to do this quickly, and in some cases you just get whatever you can get. But we'll see where we are February 4th. In the meantime, if the building official goes out there and deems the condition to be an unsafe structure, you're running into a problem there. So better move quickly.
Yeah, excuse
All
me.
right. So is that acceptable to the code officer?
That's fine for me, yes.
Anybody else has an opinion? City attorney, are you okay with it?
I think she's.
Excuse me, can we add a comment, please?
Yes, of course.
Go ahead, Tanya.
The structure, I just want to make something clear. The structure, the condition of it does not appear to be unsafe. We're not seeing like large areas of spalling where the concrete is falling down. We're not seeing, again, we just like briefly walked through the building and came to the meeting, but we're not seeing like columns, cracking and spalling. Like we're not seeing that building on the verge of collapse. And I just want to make sure that you just have that little comfort level. It does require repairs, but it's not, unsafe structure per se,
I understand that, and I accept what you're telling me, but having handled many construction cases, you never know what you have until you go in there and take a look inside. So I just want you to be cautious, and I don't want people getting hurt there. But, you know, just move as quickly as you can, and we'll see where we are on February 4th.
Yeah,
Let's move on to the other case involving the screens on the balconies. What is that about? First, let me hear from the code officer about that. If you could show me the pictures again and what the problem is.
Okay, Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, again for property address 2500 Northeast 135 Streets for failure to maintain in or have screens on the condo units. Again, this was cited on the same day, November 7, 2019, whereas I've had a couple of conversations with, at that time, it was the president, think management and different things have changed over time. As stated, we had a conversation about address numbers, but we didn't have any conversations about these matters here. Just refresh your memory, it was tabled at the October hearing, stating they needed more time, again, because of the trying to get monies and trying to go through some things with the bank. They asked for time. They weren't going to be able to do the screens until they did the other work. As of last week, Tuesday, the 8th, the screens still remain missing from the property. It's the through units. At least I counted maybe 8 or 9, could be a little bit more, because again, it's a very tall building, but as of last Tuesday, the 8th, screens still remain missing. I'll let Ms. Tara give any updates on what's going on with the property and or if things still stand as to why the screens are still missing.
All right, Tanya?
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the screens are not part of structural integrity of the building. They're more of an enclosure for the balconies and, you know, protection from mosquitoes, if you will. The balconies have railings, and the railings are the actual structural safeguard which protects the unit owners from, you know, falling down, if you will. But the screen itself is there, you know, to basically enclose that area. And, you know, from what I understand, the screens were there probably from before, and they have been affected maybe by the recent wind events and so on. But the repairs of the screens are not the actual screens do not impact the structural integrity of the balcony or the.
I understand that. They're not holding up the balcony or anything. The railings is what makes it safe.
Correct.
But being that there may need to be work done on those individual balconies for stalling and repair, or work done to the structural element of the railing, if we were to replace those screens at this point without having the inspection and the work conducted on those, we'd have to rip those screens off again to then have it repaired. So we've held off on replacing the screens because we need to fix what's underneath it to not duplicate our efforts and spend money twice.
Okay, I understand that. So my ruling will be the same as the prior ruling, that we're gonna continue table both matters until February 4th of 2021. Now, you know, this, the code officer just reminded me that, you know, we've been at this now for a year. So, you know, we need to get moving on it.
There was a change of board, as I understand, but
And the contractor left
and there was
us
some
and
issue
took
with
the
the
money.
contractor.
What they're discussing is the same as I'd gone over previously, that there was a change in the board. There was a previous contractor that's now we're in litigation with. But now that we have the engineer, we're going to get the plans and we're going to get this project moving.
Okay, I appreciate that. We'll see you in about 6 weeks. All right, let's move on to the next case.
The next case on the agenda is for John F. Jelke, case number RCCOR 2019-00047. The property address is 1940 Northeast 118 Road. The officer on this case is Gary Beswick.
The host of
All right.
Special Magistrate.
Anybody here for the property owner, John F. Kelvey the fourth?
Looked like we had someone that registered, but I don't see that individual in the meeting. If there is someone registered for this case, please hit the raise hand feature so that we can acknowledge you. John. Right?
Yeah, we've changed numbers around quite a bit here.
Under new business is number 4.
I have a John Jakey registered, but I don't have that individual present for the case today. So, Special Magistrate, do you want to hear this case towards the end and move
I
forward?
want to hear the case because there was an adjudication, as I see, in November.
I did have someone registered, sir, but I don't see them present. So someone did register to be heard today, but they are not present in the meeting at this time. So I don't know if we want to maybe give a little time. Maybe they got knocked off and they can sign back in. We can come back to the case.
All right, if that's your recommendation, then let's move on to number 5, Cesar Jimenez.
Thank you. Can you call the next case, please?
Yes, give me one moment. So Cesar E. Jimenez, case number CERVS 2020-00005, 12945 Cherry Road. Shanna Sanders is the officer. This customer is in City Hall. I'm trying to summon them on queue list.
No, I'll take care of it. Let's just call them in, and I'll enable their computer at the public computer.
Okay.
Please state your full name, sir, and your relationship to the property.
Sir, can you state your name and address and then we'll swear you in? Do you need a translator?
Yeah.
Do we need a translator? Señor, necesita un intérprete.
Yes, you need a translator.
Okay, it appears as though Special Magistrate, our translators did not show up for today's hearing. I don't know, Jennifer, if you want to chime in and give a recommendation here. I don't have any translators today.
We would have no choice but to postpone the case at this point, unless we have a translator.
Laura, can you give any guidance on where the translators are? Are they going to be on today's call?
I've texted them and I've emailed them and I have yet to hear back from them. I added them to the Zoom meeting yesterday and I sent an invite and an email letting them know, and I haven't heard anything from them yesterday nor this morning.
Okay.
Well, in the absence of a translator and the comment by the city attorney, why don't we wait maybe 15 minutes or so? Maybe we can get a hold of a translator and we'll come back to this case instead of just letting it go. Let's just wait 15 minutes.
Okay, no problem, sir.
Okay. In the meantime, let's see if we can get one.
Thank you. Jose, can you advise?
Yes, I'll send it to the translator. No problem.
The
Okay, we'll
next case on the agenda is for Susan Hygen. Case number, she has 2 cases on the agenda. RCCOR 2019-00026, property address 2500 Northeast 135 Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
I'm sorry. It seemed like he had the wrong gentleman up there. Why did he? Who was that guy? That's not Cherry
I
Road.
don't know.
That's not Cherry Road. That's why I was asking who was that. I don't know who that guy is.
We can hear you here, please. Thank you.
No, that's code. Who's that?
Susan, I'm going to enable your camera and your audio. Please accept the invitation to be heard on this item. Okay, Susan, are you there?
Yes.
Can you enable your video, please? And
Okay.
Start, okay?
thank you. And you can go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and the clerk will swear you in.
My name is Susan Hine, and my address is 2640 Northeast 135th Street. And the property in question is located in 2500 Northeast 135th Street, apartment 801, North Miami.
You can please raise your right hand for me so that I can swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
And the name and address, the gentleman who's sitting directly to your right.
Yeah, he's my husband, Ethan Hine, and he's gonna be here helping me to address all these issues because of the language.
Yeah, it's the same address, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. This case has been previously adjudicated, and an abatement date was set of February 12th, 2020, with a fine running at $250 a day because you did not have permits to do your kitchen and flooring. And we're here a year later, almost a year later, and tell me what's going on.
Mr. Beswick, do you typically begin, or shall we proceed?
Well, I'm asking you first, are you contesting? Or are you in the process
No, Your
of
Honor,
moving?
we have not contested the violation. The floor was resolved back in February. The kitchen took more time because we were unable to afford it until recently, but we've made significant progress on that. We are prepared to talk about the issue of the kitchen.
Okay, let me hear from the code officer, what's going on with the kitchen?
Okay, good morning, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The letter I just handed you was a letter received from both of them, basically giving an update of what's going on. They did apply for the permit, so it's going through the process now. So the letter that I just handed you, which is in the file, is the letter I received from them.
Okay, I can't read the letter now. It's a 3-page letter with an exhibit. I don't have time to read it right now, but can you summarize where we are and how much time they need in order to come into compliance?
Well, basically, they just basically submit for the permit. So the process, we'll go through that. I guess you can table it to the February hearing.
All right. With no objection, I will go ahead and table the matter involving the permit issue to the February 4th, 2021 hearing. So let's hear the next one then, the reoccupancy certificate. I guess it goes along with
yes, it's a company case, so yes.
Okay, can we read that case number for the record so that we know what case we're talking about?
RCCOR 2019-00026.
And this is a reoccupancy certificate, which they can't obtain until they actually do the work.
That's correct, until the result.
All right, so similarly, we're going to put that off to February 4th, 2021. Please continue to work diligently, and hopefully we can get this resolved by then. All right?
We absolutely will. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Beswick.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too.
The next case on the agenda is 2 items. It's going to be Sailboat Cape Condo Association. The first case that I'm calling into record is CEXE 2020-00008. Property address 13499 Biscayne Boulevard. Shanna Sanders is the officer.
Is this a new case?
Yes, it is.
All right. Anybody here for the property owner? Anybody present?
Magistrate, I'm going to enable their video. Just a moment. He's here. That must be Ezekiel, if you would go ahead and enable your video and audio so you can be sworn in.
Yes, give me a second, please. Hello, how are you? Hi,
Thank you very much. Tell us who you are, your address, and who do you represent?
yes, my name is Ezekiel Sar Shalom. I represent Sailboat Cay Condominium Association. I'm the LCAM in the property. We're located in 13499 Biscayne Boulevard, and located in North Miami, 33181.
Okay. Do you,
Is there anybody
have you
else?
been sworn?
Is there anybody else here on behalf of this property, Ezekiel?
No, I'm the only one, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Pilar, if you would go ahead and swear him in.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I
Yes,
do.
yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ezekiel, on this case, you've been cited for failing to pressure clean and repaint the condominium. Are you contesting the violation?
No, absolutely not. No, and you
Do you
may
need
call me
more time?
Zeke. You may call me Zeke, Your Honor. The property is.
I'll call you Zeke.
That's all right. That's okay. We contracted. We did something similar to one of the individuals that was here earlier today. We have contracted an engineer, and we did an engineer report that just came in a couple of weeks ago. And I wasn't able to get it to you. It's about 200 pages long. We are in process of doing renovations in the whole building, and that would include, of course, the painting, caulking, and taking care of these little details. There's a lot more in process. What I'd like to do is I'd like to be able, first of all, as I said, we just got the report. The board of directors is going to be applying for a loan, and we will be taking care of all of these issues. These are just the superficial issues. There's way more important issues that need to take care of, and we will be taking care of. We're actually doing it right now as we speak. The property, okay. I've been working in this property for 2 years now, and I've made all these changes. And this is one of the changes. It's probably the last thing we're going to do is the painting of the building and the pressure cleaning, because the first thing you want to do is fix the structure, which is what we're going to be handling. So it's not something that I can do in a couple of months. But as I said, I'm trying to be as straightforward as possible. The report is very extensive, and it has to do also with the 40-year concrete restoration, et cetera, et cetera. So
okay, I want to ask the code officer, are there any life safety issues here that may necessitate emergency type work?
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Co-Compliance Officer. To answer your question, not that I'm aware of. It just seems like it's visual aesthetics that needs to be done. So no, not that I'm aware of. Let me say that on record.
Okay, you say you're going to get a loan. Where are you in your discussions with the lender?
Well, we have several lenders. We're talking to Popular and City National and Valley National in reference to the loan. And as I said, we just got the engineering report. And of course, we have to go, before we even do that, we have to then do the special assessment to be able to pay the loan, of course. And we need to put out the bids. We're just setting up the bids right now for the contractors to be able to do this. So as I said, if the city insists for us to fix that area first, I don't see a problem with that. But you know how things work. First, you fix the bones and the muscles, and then you can go ahead and do the beauty part and the makeup. But if the city insists of us doing it, we'll work it out. We'll plan it somehow to be able to.
I didn't know that you were a plastic surgeon also.
No, I'm a property manager. Property managers are a trade of all trades. You know what that is. You have to know a little bit about everything and not much about nothing.
Okay. I agree with you. I agree with you that the concrete issues and the rebar issues are probably a lot more serious than the pressure cleaning, and has to go first. Where are you in terms of hiring a design professional in order to get a building permit?
Well, the engineers, as I said, the engineers already have the report.
I think he's frozen.
Am I frozen? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
yeah, now we can hear you.
Sorry about that.
Now we can hear you.
Good. The engineer report just came in. We're going to be putting out the bids. at least 3 bids we need for the follow state law. And we will choose one of the bids, hopefully, and we will have a plan in reference to that. But as I said, if the city wants us to do that particular area first, I will put it on the bid. Say, you know what, you have to fix this first. So at least we please, I'd like to please you as much as I can. We're making a lot of changes here, and we're right in the corner of 135th and Biscayne. I know it's a very important corner, and I will do whatever you want me to do. And if you want, I can also send you a copy of the report. Just so you see
No.
what stage.
No, unless the code officer wants to see, you want to see a copy of the report? No.
No, I don't.
What is your recommendation, Ms. Sanders?
I would like to ask, because we've had an extensive conversation at the property. How long is he stating that he's going to need? I didn't get that much, because it seems as though they're just now starting with the bidding.
Yeah, it's just now, we're just right now setting up the bidding package to be able to set out the bidding. So it is going to take a while. It's not something that can be done. Remember, this is an 18-story building, and it's the whole corner here. It's a very big building. There's extensive work to be done. And it's not something that I can do, the date on this was the 8th of December. And we, and I understand. I mean, it looks like, yeah, you just patch it up and put paint on it, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. As I said, I'll do whatever the city wants, but we do need some time.
I would probably, so I would say, seeing that, he is along the main corridor of our city, being 135th and Biscayne. I mean, even if he could just pressure clean that area, it's been unsightly for, I know, at least, quite a few years.
That's not costly at all. I just pressure cleaned my house, and I don't think I paid more than $200. I know it's a big building. I realize that, of course, but I think you can at least pressure clean those areas that are visible to traffic on 135th Street and Biscayne, and then come back maybe a couple of months later and do the actual painting.
Okay, I can do that. I can do the pressure cleaning. That's not a problem. And could you want to put up the picture there so we can show something? Is it possible? And I could clarify a little bit, because the pressure cleaning, I don't think will do what you wanted it to do, but I'll do it if you insist. Insist on if you wish. I have no problem with doing the
pressure clean and paint then, because.
But you have to paint. That's the thing. The thing is the painting. And then you have to fix the stucco in that area. There's some construction issue that needs to be done. Could you put up the picture and I will explain? I think it'll be very clear by looking at that picture of the small area in the balcony.
As we look in here, as you see, it's 3 tones there on the side of the property.
I don't
this
see
area.
Yeah, you need to put the picture on the screen so he can see
Oh,
it.
she may need to share it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to pull them up. So,
Crystal, can you help?
because I'm sharing it from my screen, but it doesn't seem like it's.
Just a moment. We need to see the photos.
Yes.
I'm sorry, which number is that we're looking at here? Sailboat K? On the mildew?
Yes. The exterior.
I shared them earlier. I apologize, Magistrate. The photos are really not the best pictures. You're not able to clearly see anything from these pictures.
All right, I don't think we need it. I get the point. I think the Zeke seems to know what needs to be done. I'm persuaded that you're trying to do your best. You're being very gracious with the city. Just try to keep the building as neat and clean as possible. We'll table both items to February 4th.
Okay.
If you need more time on the actual construction, we'll consider that based on the fact that you were recently cited. There are no health issues here. There are no structural issues. It's aesthetic primarily. So just do the best you can in the meantime, and I'll see you on February 4th.
I will, Your Honor, and I will in good faith. I will pressure clean it, and if I can paint that area to make it look a little more presentable, I'll do it. I have no problem with it. But thank you so
Okay.
much. I really appreciate
Yeah,
it. Thank you.
move on the bids and the bank loan as quickly as you can. That is a landmark in this city. I remember when that building was built.
Yeah.
And I drive by there all the time. So do your best.
I will. Thank you
Okay.
very much. I appreciate
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be returning to item number 5, Cesar Jimenez. Case number CERBS 2020-00005. The property address is 12945 Cherry Road. Shanna Sanders is the officer. This customer is on the second floor of City Hall to testify.
Do we, is this the interpreter?
No, it was the wrong guy. That's page 2.
Okay, so do we still need an interpreter or no?
Yes, for page 2.
I'm sorry, sir. Just a moment. Sir, at the computer, will you all need an interpreter?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you just raise your right hand?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please say I do. Thank you.
Your name, sir, for the record?
David Jimenez.
Would you mind coming a little closer to the computer so we can hear you a little clearly? Thank you.
What is your first name?
My name is David Jimenez.
Spell your first name?
My first name is David.
David?
Yes, I'm here on behalf of my father, Cesar Jimenez, and my mom, Evangelina Jimenez.
Okay, and we're talking about the property at 12945 Cherry Road?
Yes, we are.
Okay, you've been cited, sir, or your father has, for having a trailer hitch parked on the side swale. Are you contesting the citation?
Yes.
All right.
Trailer?
Well, I don't want to get into the, no, sir, stop. Hear from the code officer first.
Okay.
What is the nature of the citation?
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, Code Compliance Officer, property address 12945 Cherry Road, is for having a recreational vehicle along with a trailer parked along the swale of the property. This violation was originally cited September 8th of 2020, whereas I noticed the trailer parked on the side of the property. I went back a couple of times. I spoke to Mr. Jimenez. He has moved it, brought it back, moved it, brought it back. I wrote tickets in the past for the trailer being on the side, open violations. Long story short, as of last week, Tuesday, as well as I had to return back on Friday to take clearer pictures in the trailer, along with now the boat is parked on the side of on the side swell of the property. I'll let Mr. Jimenez explain what's going on, why the boat and the trailer keeps coming back and forth. But again, as of last week, Tuesday and Friday, the trailer still remained.
Mr. David Jimenez, do you understand that the code does not allow you to park a trailer or a boat on the swale in front of your house?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and it's still been, you're still parking there. What's the problem? Why don't you move it elsewhere?
Okay, the problem is that I purchased a lift to install in the back of my house for that vessel to be in the water in the back of my house. And the gentleman that I bought the lift from, it's a company, he's right here next to me, that's why this is here. And he's being delayed from delivering it to my house so I can put the boat in the water and take the trailer away. Unfortunately, I haven't found any other place to park this boat safely. So I'm afraid to leave it elsewhere. And I've tried many times to try to speed up the process of bringing the lift to my house, installing it, so I can put my boat in my house, in the back of my house in the water, but it's been delayed and delayed and delayed. I brought the gentleman with me. I have a contract that I did with him on the lift with me, and all I'm asking is if he bring couple of more days or maybe a week at the latest, so I can finalize and take the trailer away once I leave the boat in the back of my house.
You live on the water, obviously. Is this a lift that requires DERM approval?
No, it does not.
Does it have to go through the city building department?
No, it does not.
And you have an engineer, you have a contract with the engineer to put the lift in? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he's here with me.
Who's the gentleman with you?
Martin Wilson.
Is he the engineer?
No, I'm the manufacturer of the boat lift itself. Self-contained floating device.
Tell me where we are in terms of getting that lift in place.
We're finishing up the fiberglass work on the tank, and we should be able to get the lift in there within a week.
Within a week?
Within a week.
Okay, because I don't want to see that trailer hitch boat, whatever you want to call it, sitting in a swale in front of a house. That's not allowed under city code. Let me ask the code officer, what is your recommendation?
Honestly, I would recommend an adjudication only because I've cited this property owner several times in the past. We've had many, communication, many conversations about it. At times he's repairing the lift, he's cleaning the boat. It's been parked on the swell at different times for different reasons. So I would ask for an adjudication. He's saying that it's going to be removed within a week. So, a short abatement date, and would hope that it will be removed, immediately, if not within a week, but adjudication.
Okay, because this has now been ongoing and you've asked me for a short extension, I will enter an adjudication based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's compliance officer, the witness, and the evidence presented. I will find in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. You have 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, if that hitch or boat trailer is still there 30 days from now, there will be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated or complied with. So I've given you more time than you've asked for, but you need to have that trailer hitch removed or face a fine of $300 a day 30 days from now and going forward. So that's my ruling. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
The next case is Roger Gonzalez, case number MHVIO 2017-01269. I apologize. It was previously adjudicated. The abatement date set was December the 2nd of 2020. The fine set was $300. The property address is 1580 Northeast 141 Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Can you confirm, Pilar, whether we need is this gentleman in the city hall?
Yes.
Okay.
Who is the translator there? I'm trying to see if the translator there.
Yes, we have a translator. We got it.
Yeah, translator, speak to him this morning.
Spanish translator? Can you please enable your camera? Spanish translator, can you please enable your camera and audio?
Hello, this is the interpreter.
Thank you.
Hola.
Can you, we're going to move forward with swearing in the respondent.
The interpreter needs to be sworn in, Your Honor.
Yes, who needs to be sworn in?
Pilar, can you swear in the interpreter?
Yes. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translation which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pilar, now can you assist with swearing in the respondent through the interpreter?
Hola, buenos días. Yo soy su intérprete.
Buenos días.
Sí. ¿Puede quitarse la máscara, por favor, para escucharlo mejor, siempre que haya distancia? Gracias.
Okay, translator, please translate. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Por favor, levanta la mano derecha. Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará sea la verdad, toda la verdad. Lo jura ante Dios. Por favor, diga sí. I do. Puede bajar la mano.
Please tell us your name, your relationship to the property, and why we're here today.
Bueno, por favor, díganos su nombre, la relación que tiene con la propiedad y por qué razón estamos hoy aquí.
Roger González, soy el dueño y estoy por una notificación que recibí.
Repita su nombre otra vez.
Roger González.
Roger González, I am the owner and I am here because I received a notification.
Okay. This matter was already adjudicated on November 17th of 2020. Please translate that.
Este asunto ya ha sido adjudicado y fue en noviembre 17 del 2020.
With an abatement date of December 8th, 2020, and a fine of $300 per day.
Y fecha de cumplimiento era diciembre 8 del 2020 con una multa de $300 por día.
All because the permits for the kitchen and bathroom renovation were not obtained.
Resulta que los permisos para la renovación del baño no fueron obtenidos.
You have not, what is that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat, Your Honor?
Never mind. I saw an envelope on the screen. I didn't know what it was. Let me hear from the code officer, and if you could tell us where we are.
Well, basically, Gary Belzic, the City of North Miami Building Department, the property was cited back in 2017. This morning was the first time I saw the owner. He came to the office showing some paperwork that said he's going to apply for the permit. But also, earlier this year, he also was cited again for something else, doing the roof of the carport. You know, so basically, all these years, he haven't done anything to comply with the interior work, and then he started work on the outside. So basically, on the documents that he was showing me this morning, I guess he can talk to you about it and explain what his intention are. And also, I spoke to him this morning in English, so he understands English, in my opinion. I spoke to him this morning in the office.
All right, Mr. Translator, can you
sure.
Pick it up from there?
Yes. Bueno, simplemente el oficial dice que usted vino hoy día a la ciudad con documentos, con la intención de ir adelante con lo que usted iba a hacer, y el oficial habló con usted sobre el caso y habló con usted, y usted habla inglés, dice. Entonces, eso es lo que dice el oficial. Yes, go ahead, Your Honor.
Yo le pedí un traductor para mejor entendimiento. Entiendo el inglés, sí, pero no al 100%. Lo que yo estoy notando en esta notificación dice permisos por baño y kitchen, lo cual del 2017, en el 2017 lo que yo hice fue unos cambios de ventanas.
Un momento. Okay, I speak some English, but I don't understand the word. What happens here, this notification speaks about bathroom and kitchen. Continúe, por favor.
Sí, yo estoy haciendo otro trabajo en la casa sobre un techo que se me pudrió, los cuales estoy consiguiendo permisos para tener, ¿no?, el permiso del techo, pero no sobre esto del 2017 que me dicen por kitchen y bathroom, lo cual yo no he cambiado.
Un momento. Okay, I came to the city actually for a different reason. I came here to get a permit in order to do some work on the roof, and it has nothing to do with the bathroom and kitchen from 2017, and I have not changed anything about that.
Okay, sir, are you denying that work was done on your kitchen and your bathroom without required permits?
¿Está usted alegando que trabajo se hizo en su cocina y baño sin permiso?
Perdón, necesito sacar permiso para cambiar las puertas del gabinete.
I'm sorry, do I need a permit in order to change the cabinet's doors? Do I need it?
Is that the only thing you did?
¿Eso es lo único que ha hecho?
Supuestamente el inspector que fue a ver las ventanas, cuando estaban inspeccionando las ventanas, el cual tenía permiso, me dijo que estaba cambiando la cocina. Yo le dije, no,
Well,
estoy cambiando las puertas.
Well, the inspector, when the inspector came to check, he checked the windows, and I had permit for the windows.
We're not here about windows.
Well, that's how it started. But
Okay.
when the inspector went to do the inspection for windows, that's when he observed the kitchen and the bathroom was also, renovation was in process and there was no permit. That's how it started.
Okay, but the property owner is alleging that all he did was change a door and that there is no permit required to change a door. Is that your understanding of what happened?
No.
Okay, so tell me, what did the inspector find that required a building permit to do work on the kitchen and the bathroom? And we understand that a door is not considered work that requires a permit. What actual work was being done?
Well, according to the building inspector that went to do the window inspection, he observed that the kitchen and the bathroom was being done and there wasn't a permit in file for that. And the inspector in question would be the inspector that would actually have done physically do the inspection for the permit. So what he observed, he knows that it required a permit. So it was more than just putting on doors.
Simplemente dice el oficial que en realidad es verdad que se hizo trabajo a la ventana, pero en realidad no solamente era que se estaba haciendo un trabajo de cambiar las puertas, sino había un trabajo que se había hecho en la cocina y el baño.
Mire, cuando estaban cambiando la ventana, unas losas de la ventana se rompieron y reemplazarla, no sé qué tenga que sacar permiso para eso. No sé, esto ocurrió en el 2017.
Un momento. Well, the window was being changed. A tile broke, and that needed to be replaced. I don't know if I needed a permit for that tile to be replaced. And also, this happened on 2017.
We're not here about a window, sir. We're here about a kitchen and a bathroom.
Señor,
was work being done at the kitchen and the bathroom when the inspector went to your house to inspect the window?
No estamos hablando de la ventana, estamos hablando de cocina y baño, y eso fue lo que vio el inspector cuando fue a su casa.
Lo que el inspector vio es lo que le estoy diciendo, cambiar las puertas de las cocinas, de los gabinetes de cocina, porque estaban podridos, despegados, y reemplazar unas losas que se rompieron cuando cambiaron las ventanas del baño. Eso necesito permiso.
Well, again, some cabinet doors were replaced in the kitchen, and some tiles in the bathroom were replaced because they got broken. Do I need a permit for that?
What's the answer to that?
Well, again, the inspector that did in window inspection, he's the inspector that do the building inspection from the building department from the city. And if he observed and said that the bathroom and the kitchen renovation is in process, that was what was going on. It wasn't just taking off the kitchen a door from the cabinet or a tile is damaged. I disagree that was what's going on. But basically, if you disagree, basically he can schedule an inspection for tomorrow, and me and the inspector that I got a complaint from, we can meet in there tomorrow, give me a time. I'll schedule an inspection to verify what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead and translate that, and then I'm going to rule.
Sí. Bueno, cuando en realidad cuando el inspector fue a ver notó que había un trabajo que estaba haciendo, un trabajo en proceso que estaba sucediendo. Pero de todas formas, el oficial de la ciudad dice que de todas formas se puede programar una inspección para mañana. Go ahead, Your Honor.
I would like to hear from the inspector in order to be able to rule on this case, because, you know, it not only is it hearsay, I'm not even sure whether or not it's something that requires a building permit. And if it does require a building permit, it's very easy to just get an after-the-fact building permit after an inspection. So I am going to table this case for
Special Magistrate.
Is somebody else?
Yes, it's Crystal. I'm sorry. I actually have the building official on the call. Would you
Okay. I'd like to hear from him because he's the one that really should be speaking on whether or not a permit is necessary for the work that was being done. And if it was necessary, then how do we, you know, what do we go from here? Mr. Building Official, I see you. Mr. Pizzillo, please tell us who you are and who are you employed by?
Steve Pizzolo, building official for the city of North Miami. Unfortunately, I just stepped back into the room. I missed most of the testimony. I know it's dealing with the kitchen and a bath.
I'm sorry, but I don't mean to cut you off, but we just need to swear you in.
Oh, sure.
Pilar, can you swear Steve in, please?
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do. Thank you.
All right, let me see if I can sum it up in a nutshell. Go ahead, Mr. Officer.
Okay, basically, I got a complaint from Joel. He went to the property in 2017 to do an inspection on windows. While doing inspection on windows, he observed that a kitchen and bathroom renovation was in process, and he informed me about it. I opened a violation. Now the property owner is stating that all he did was change the kitchen, the door from the cabinet, and in the bathroom, a tile was damaged and he changed. He did not renovate the bathroom and kitchen.
Okay, if all he's doing is changing the door, no, a permit's not necessary, but I know, you know, my inspector would not have cited or asked them to cite for changing a cabinet door or changing a tile. You know, if he's saying it was being remodeled, I would believe it's being remodeled.
All right, so what we're, Mr. Building Official, what we have discussed before you came on is a re-inspection to determine if unpermitted work was done, and if so, how do we deal with it? Do we then require the property owner to get an after-the-fact permit? But I think first thing we need to do is we need to do a re-inspection.
That's fine, we can schedule that.
All right, so we're gonna table this case to allow for the building department to do a re-inspection and determine whether or not a permit was necessary. And if a permit is necessary, then one will have to be pulled. If a permit is not necessary for the work that was done, then we'll dismiss the case. So I want to hear this case back in our next meeting, which is February 11th. Hopefully we can get this resolved way before then.
I'm going to translate, Your Honor. Bueno, simplemente el oficial vino y a corroborar de que se hizo una inspección y en realidad un inspector no podía dar un ticket por algo que no habría considerado un trabajo que estaba sucediendo ya. Pero de todas formas, el juez, antes de dar el fallo, lo que va a hacer es va a programar una reinspección. Y si después de la reinspección se nota que solamente eran los detalles que usted dijo, la puerta y cosas que no necesitan permiso, entonces el caso se va a desechar. Y si no, de otra forma, tendrá que sacar un permiso que se saca después de haber hecho el trabajo. Y la fecha para esto será en febrero 11 del 2021.
Well, let me correction. Whatever work needs to be done has to be done by February 4th. And if it's not in compliance, then I will hear it on February 11th.
Bueno, corrigiendo. Cualquier trabajo que se haga tiene que ya ser terminado en febrero 4 y después, y si no ha sido hecho así, entonces veremos este caso una vez más en febrero 11.
Bueno, les quiero hacer una petición, mire, para no estar yendo ni para adelante ni para atrás con algo que realmente no tiene sentido, porque yo he tomado la decisión de hacer una remodelación y ¿cómo decirle? Una red completo a la propiedad, lo cual estoy trabajando con los planos, lo cual esta mañana al señor Gary le fui a decir que me diera más tiempo para presentarles, porque tengo el techo con problemas, ¿no? Y estoy pensando reestructurar la propiedad completa. ¿Me entiendes? Entonces, yo le voy a pedir dos cositas. Primero, que el baño lo ubicamos o no lo
Un momento, por favor. Actually, without just going around and around, I have plans actually to do a complete upgrade to the property. Es lo que entendí. Continúe después.
Sí, porque tengo problemas con el techo y quiero agrandar la propiedad. Tengo los planos aquí conmigo, pero todavía faltan los cálculos estructurales que se están trabajando. Entonces, yo tengo intenciones de cambiar cocina, baño, todas esas cuestiones. O sea, no le veo sentido estar yendo a la propiedad, no le veo sentido, porque es mi palabra contra la de ustedes y a las finales para lo mismo que ustedes requieren. Un permiso, yo estoy trabajando en permisos para remodelar toda la propiedad.
Un momento, por favor. Well, actually, I have problems with the roof, and my intention is to do a complete upgrade to the property, not only to the kitchen, not only to the bathroom, but it's to do a total upgrade. Continue.
Well, as I stated before, he began doing the work without a permit. He was cited for that, which is a different case. But we still need to do an inspection on that property to verify if what inspector observed is what it is or what he's saying is true. We still need an inspection inside to see the kitchen and the bathroom. They said it was done in 2017.
Bueno, vamos a empezar por donde empezamos. En realidad estamos aquí porque un inspector fue allá y vio que se había hecho un trabajo sin permiso, y esto fue en el 2017. Esa fue la razón por la que empezamos.
Yo vengo desde el 2017 discutiendo, yendo a Code Enforcement, y todas las veces que he venido se han cancelado, se han postergado las citas por cuestiones del coronavirus, ahora último, pero tenemos ya 3 años en esto, nos vamos para el 4º año y no solucionamos nada. Entonces,
Un momento. Since 2017, I've been coming often to the city, and meetings were canceled, and this year it was because of the coronavirus. But you know, we've been with this for the last 3 years. Now it's going to be 4 years.
All right, I think we're discussing many problems here, and I want to bring it back to the issue at question. Is he willing to allow the building department to inspect the work that was done without a permit, according to the code, or not?
Bueno, en realidad estamos hablando de muchas cosas, de varias cosas. En realidad vamos a concentrarnos por lo que estamos aquí. ¿Está usted dispuesto a que el oficial de la ciudad vaya a inspeccionar lo que se hizo? ¿Sí o no? Yes.
All right, that's it. We don't have to worry about roofs or anything else, expansions, additions, alterations. The only issue before me today is whether or not, and you've already been adjudicated, so you've already been found guilty, and there's a fine that is accruing as of the abatement date, which is December the 8th, of $300 a day, which I will stay for one meeting to allow the building official to do a reinspection. If that reinspection doesn't happen and you don't address this issue with the building department, the issue of the kitchen and the window and the kitchen and the bathroom, then I'm going to let the fines keep running.
Bueno, entonces simplemente que el inspector va a ir a su propiedad a verificar esto usted ya por este caso, ya el caso ha sido adjudicado, en otras palabras, ha sido considerado culpable de haberlo hecho y ha estado acumulándose después de la fecha que se dio para que termine y han sido de $300 por día. De todas formas, yo voy a sostener que se aplique esta multa hasta que el oficial vaya a hacer la inspección y después continuar acumulándose.
Let me make it clear. I think he's confused or doesn't understand or didn't understand the translation. I want the issue of the building permit resolved by an inspection. If he did it without a permit and a permit was necessary, then he's going to have to get an after-the-fact building permit and get it approved. If he doesn't need a permit, then we're done. But I want to hear one way or the other whether there is compliance. And I'm giving an abatement date of February 4th. And if this issue of the permit is not fully addressed by then the $300 fine is going to be levied as of the meeting of February 11th, which is when I want to hear this case again.
Bueno, una vez más, todo esto, para que tenerlo claro, esto va a ser resuelto mediante la inspección que va a hacer el oficial al trabajo que se hizo en el baño o en la cocina. Y si hace falta, y si no hace falta permiso, entonces ese caso es desechado. Pero si hace falta permiso, tiene que sacar un permiso después de haber hecho el trabajo y de todas formas tiene que ser fecha de cumplimiento es febrero 4 del 2021 y la multa comenzará a acumularse a partir de febrero 11 del 2021.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Hope everything is worked out.
Gracias.
¿El inspector se contactará conmigo para ir a la propiedad o...?
Yes, Mr. Code Officer. Sir?
The inspector is going to contact me, he's asking.
Who's going to you going to contact the property owner to do an inspection?
We can schedule it now. Give me time for tomorrow.
All right, tomorrow. When are you available tomorrow?
¿Cuándo está disponible mañana?
Por la mañana.
Repita.
En la mañana.
In the morning.
¿A qué hora?
Anytime in the morning. ¿A qué hora?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Mañana.
Gracias.
Thank you.
The next two items on the agenda are RK Sans Souci Plaza, case number CEZCU 2019-00030 and CEFOB 2019-00027. Both cases were previously adjudicated. The abatement date was November 10th of 2020 and the fine set was $250 on both. Officer Shanna Sanders is the officer on both cases.
Anybody present?
Yes.
Anybody present for the property owner?
Yes, ma'am. Can we have you give your name and address for the record, and then the clerk will proceed with swearing you in?
It's about Adam Surita in North Miami.
Laura, can you go ahead and swear you in, please?
Ma'am, can you please raise your right hand for me so I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Just answer the question.
Yes, or no, you know, the last
No, I haven't, no, you don't, just say yes or no.
Yes?
Okay. I heard this before. Are we on the certificate of use or are we on the business tax receipt?
Certificate of use is the first case.
Okay, and this is Adams Shoe Repair?
Yes.
Okay, I want to hear from the code officer first, and then I will hear from the business owner.
Shanna Sanders, lead code officer, City of North Miami. Property address 2162 Northeast 123rd Street, as already stated, from Adams Shoe Repair. This case was already heard and adjudicated. It was originally cited October 15, 2019. As I re-inspected last Tuesday, December 8th, the violation still remains.
And this, just so that I'm clear, the violation has been, the citation and violation have been against the business owner, not the property owner, right?
It has been against the business owner. Both have been notified of the hearing and of the violation, but it's against business.
Okay. Ma'am, why have you not obtained a certificate of use for your Adams Shoe Repair business?
Yes, the day that I left your office.
Take your mask off because I can't understand you.
The day that I left your office, I went to get my license. They sent an inspector, Mr. Jerry, to check the wire, everything. And he told me I need an electrician contractor. Look, I hired one of them. And now he said that I need to install the smoke detector, the procrastinate. I already paid my fee. I'm ready to listen. I used to be in Bell Harbor serving my population, my two people for 60 years, my family. I go by the book, but it's not me, it's the inspector, Mr. Jerry. He told me I need to get a contractor for the wire, the electric, and install the smoker detector. Look, I pay the guy, the contractor, to see the phone, and he told me that, it's validated procrastinate. I can get the permit yet. As soon as I get the permit, I get it done in a day. Believe me, I go by the book. I'm a very serious woman, I sold my home to open.
All right, ma'am, all I understood was something about a smoke detector. Frankly, I could not understand what you were saying. Is the issue that you don't have a smoke detector, and why don't you?
And look, the Mr. Jerry, the inspector, he wanted me to get a contractor and install the right wire, for the plug for the machine. And I already had one the day that I left your office, the honor. Look.
All right, okay, let me stop you. Let me see if I can get some clarification from the code compliance people. Okay, fine, thank you.
Good morning, Gary Bezic from the City of Mount Minor Building Department. Basically, I went there to do a certificate of use inspection, and during my inspection, I observed some alteration of the space. So electrical work was done, and she put up a wall. The wall was removed, but the electrical work is still there, and I informed her that she needs to hire a licensed electrician to obtain required permits, so that our electrical inspector can go to the property and make sure everything's up to code and safe.
All right, and that's why she doesn't have a certificate of
That's
use.
correct.
Okay, she needs to do some electrical.
She needed a permit for the electrical work that was done. She made after the fact.
She did the work, but she didn't have a permit.
Correct.
Did you hear what the code officer said about the electrical work that was done without a permit?
Yes, I know all about that, and that's the reason why the guy that installed it, this time I know that. So I got to hire a real professional and get things done right. And he went last month to the city to get the permit, and he said that they're so slow, they procrastinate because it's holiday. I said, please, every day I told him, I said, you need to get it done fast. I want to get in trouble with the judge, He said, okay, I go again this week, and if they give me the permit, I go install it and call Mr. Jerry, and we get things done. That's it. That's what he told me.
All right, so I guess she's having trouble getting someone to help with the permit for the electrical work. What's going on?
Well, basically, in order for her to get a CO, she have to comply with the electrical work that was done. We're not going to issue the CO with the work done in a commercial space, and we don't have it safe or up to code. So she needed to hire somebody. She said The first person run away with the money. That's what she told me.
Okay.
But I told her she still need to find a licensed electrician. Basically, that the electrician going to be taking responsibility to say, yeah, the work is up to code and you sign up on it.
Okay.
Apply for a permit.
What do you all recommend?
I would like an adjudication.
Well, she's already been adjudicated.
Well, we can get to go ahead and move forward with the fine. This business has been open from what the business tax receipt office is telling me has been open now 4 years and has not obtained a certificate of use nor business tax receipts. So we can move forward with the fines until she gets everything that she needs to get taken care of.
Okay. So based on the testimony of both the city's code compliance officers and the evidence presented, noting that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, 2020, I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accruing in the sum of $300 per day. And
I'm sorry, sir. This is RK Sanssouci Plaza.
I'm sorry.
The date was November 10th.
I'm sorry. Yes, I read from the wrong wrong file. This is the certificate of use compliance date. The abatement date was 11/10/2020, correct?
Yes.
And the fines set were $250.
Yes.
So I will ratify those fines accruing in that amount. Assess costs in favor of the city. This fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is full compliance with the code. All right, next case.
We will return back to item number 1, which is TAH 2018-1 Borrower LLC. The case number is CEZPU 2020-00028. The property address is 1015 Northwest 130th Street. Wayne Clark is the officer.
Special Magistrate, we have a North Miami police officer that's here to give testimony on this case today. We do not, unfortunately, have anyone here on behalf of the property, but we did want to go ahead and hear the case as we had to pull, again, a North Miami police officer in to give testimony.
Okay, can you repeat the case number again?
It's item number 1 under new business, and the case is TAH 2018-1 Borrower LLC.
Okay, I've reviewed the file. Is the property owner present?
No, sir. We don't have anybody here on behalf of the property today. However, the officer will give testimony that the property was properly serviced and notified of today's hearing. However, we do have a North Miami police detective give testimony.
I would like the code officer to introduce the case, tell me what it's about, what the citation is for.
Wayne Clark, City of North Miami Code Compliance. Good morning again. This case is in reference to a zone prohibited use that was determined by way of the City of North Miami Police Department visiting the property and alerting us or making us aware of an issue in the property where it was used to house several people. And as the officer, Bonnie said to me earlier, instead of it being called an adult living facility, they consider it an independent living facility. And it's not allowed in the R2 district zone of the city, more than 6 tenants at a time. And there was well over that amount at the property. And of course, as you know, there are living facilities, throughout some of our city and others too, as well. But then there's also prohibited areas of the city that it's not allowed.
All right, let me understand, because I did review the file. This is an adult living facility, community residential property.
Well, this is actually verbatim of the ordinance description itself. However, a little while ago, Officer Bonnie, am I saying that right, Bonnie? Bonnie, I'm sorry. Made me aware that it's also something called an independent living facility. I guess that's where there's nobody watching them and they're like responsible for their own actions or whatever. It's not like you got for example, a group home, and then you have someone watching over those.
If I may,
So-
I'm going to ask that we swear the detective in, and detective was actually the individual that contacted us, so she can give testimony, and then the officer can piggyback and explain the findings once he was notified. Pilar, can you swear the detective in, please?
Please solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, so who wants to go first? You want to go first,
I'll go
Detective?
I'll go first this time.
Okay. I have a general idea of what happened and what's going on. So why don't you just basically
I'll keep it short and sweet.
keep it short.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Detective Bonnie. I was called out on a Wednesday night this is September 2nd. I was called out by my commander in reference to a missing elderly female. This female was reported missing after having been missing for a week. When we responded, primary officers responded and they entered to search for the missing person just in case she was still on scene. While conducting a canvass of the property to search for the missing person, certain things were observed. As well as once I arrived on the scene, I observed them. When I arrived, I was advised that there are certain things that were not in compliance as far as for a assisted living facility. There were several adults in each room. The room where the primary person, the missing person, was initially missing from was accompanied by several other adults inside the room. There's 2 different bunk beds where you have 2 adults on this side, 2 adults on this side, and the missing person, all of her belongings were already taken, and someone else started moving in to sleep in her bed already. In the other rooms, they also said they were, they initially were occupied with other adults as well. The establishment can hold up to approximately 7 to 9 people, if I'm recalling it correctly. I made contact with the owner of the property. Her name is Miss Taylor. And I asked her, was it an ALF, a adult living facility? She said, no, we do not consider ourselves to be a ALF. We're an independent living facility. I said, what does that mean? She went to explain that pretty much it's a facility for mental health adults who suffer from different mental health conditions like schizophrenia, which my missing person did suffer from. We pretty much provide a home for them. We do provide food for them, and we provide shelter pretty much. I said, so that's a ALF pretty much. And she said, not to the extent they can come and go as they please for the most part. And then I also went in to ask her, well, why is there a lock on the refrigerator? If you are providing food for the adults, why is there a lock on the front refrigerator? Why isn't certain safety things that should be here? She gave me a runaround, and the answer she gave me for the lock on the refrigerator was, that's the food that we buy for them. They pay it out of their rent or whatever. They take out a certain portion. They buy the food for them, or I guess the food is included in what they charge. That's the food we buy for them, and to keep them from eating up the food, we put a lock on it. So where are they going to store their food? She said we have another refrigerator in the back area, like the patio area, I guess, or right next to it, where they can have access to it at all times. Whatever they purchase, they could put in the refrigerator. I did ask her, did she have certain credentials? She did become offensive and didn't care to really answer my questions on that part. She was like, I don't feel like I need to answer to you for that. I also asked her, why is it that this person is missing for a week, knowing that she has a mental health condition? You guys are just now contacting the police. What happened with that? And she said, oh, well, I wasn't aware. I said, let me stop you there. I made contact with one of your other tenants. This is another mental health adult who was the one who knew of this missing person for the most part, like knew her whereabouts, shared the same room as her, or was seeing everything that's going on. She said that she did notify her when the missing person went missing. Her name is Miss Comas. She was recovered, by the way, recently. When she did go missing, she did notice her leave in the middle of the night or sometime, and she noticed that she didn't come back. She waited for some time and then notified Miss Taylor. Ms. Taylor did not notify us. I guess they realized after a week she's not coming back. Then they notify us. They said she has gone missing twice in the past, but never stayed out this long. So they didn't consider her as missing because she just leaves, she goes with her, whoever she wants, and she comes back. I did advise her that because of the condition of the home and because you having several adults, and I asked her, does anyone stay here to supervise these adults? She says, no, I have someone who works for me, which was the primary person on scene, the lady that was there, and it was Christine. No, Christine Selman is the missing person. Mrs. What is this lady name? Because this lady was gone prior to me getting there. There was a lady there who actually called in the lady being missing, but she wasn't cooperative. She did not want to tell us anything. She didn't even want to stay to speak to anyone. She didn't want to do anything. She just said, I was just told to contact you guys, let you know she's missing. I don't have to answer any of your questions. I guess after a records check of her background, because she didn't have a history, they let her go prior to me coming, the person who called it in. That person who called it in is actually the person who comes on a day-to-day basis, cooks food, prepares, I guess, their meals for them, locks up the refrigerator back, and leaves. She said she comes and she just checks.
All right. Here's my issue, okay? We're dealing with multiple situations, multiple issues affecting various agencies and departments. The issue, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, the issue is whether or not this property is conducting business in accordance with the zoning code.
Sure.
And the zoning code, from what I understand, does not allow more than 6 people to stay at this property, whether you call it an ALF or whether you call it an independent living facility. Which brings up another issue. Do they have the right license? Do they have, right, do they have an ALF? And what are the requirements for an ALF? Are they in compliance with the ALF state requirements? Or are they an independent living facility which has different requirements? So we have a permitting issue, number one, what is it, and do they have the right license? And number two, whether or not, with whatever license you have, you can't operate a facility with more than 6 people. So what are we citing them for?
We cited them for that. We also have, that is a whole, those are 2 other violations that are pending right now coming.
Okay, but those are not before me.
Right, no, those.
And those may be state issues more than city issues.
Well, the city issue is to
have the right license.
In addition to this.
Session magistrate, the issue at this point is zone prohibited use. We should have had companion cases for lack of city licensure for a certificate of use, as well as a business tax receipt. At this point, the officer can give testimony. We do not have anything on record that would give this independent, assisted, whatever it is, permission to be operating in the city in its capacity. So the officer was brought in simply to give testimony as to what she observed, as we were not able to go in for an inspection. So we don't have anything outside of the officer's testimony as to what is going on inside the unit. I do believe the code officer spoke also with the property owner, who did give some verbal testimony that there is some facility happening there, but again, the city has no record of it. So, I mean, at this point, I'm not certain if we have any cases, any complementary cases for the licensure, but today we have before you zone prohibited use.
Yeah, and that's what I want to hear. And I want to hear testimony that there are more than 6 people staying there.
There you go, Officer Bonnie. Didn't you tell me it was at least 7?
It holds up to at least 7 at the time, because they come and go as they please. So when I was there, I made contact with several different adults that were there. I made contact with with the actual one who observed the lady leaving. I made contact with one who had just started staying there within the last day or so, and another female officer, another female tenant who stays there. So when I made contact with Ms. Taylor herself, she's the one who verified that they hold up to 7 to 9 adults there. They are an independent living facility. And she advised that room 1 where the missing person was, it should hold up to at least 4 people, and the other rooms hold up to another.
All right.
That's what Ms. Taylor also told me.
Okay,
too.
so based on that admission, your testimony, and the fact that that witness is, that person is not here to testify, I will find a violation of Article 4 of the zoning code in that they are not a permitted use in an R2 residential neighborhood because they have more than 6 people residing there. And what is the fine allowed for that? What fine are you suggesting?
We would ask for the maximum to be assessed and that we would bring this back immediately before you for compliance. We have concerns from the neighbors of life and safety potential issues. I don't know what's happening in the building. We've not been able to go in and do an inspection. And so we will ensure that we bring before you licensure cases in addition to this case on the next hearing. But the city would ask for maximum penalty.
In terms of, you want an adjudication on that issue? Is that what you're seeking?
We're seeking an adjudication, and with respect to the penalty, we would ask that you'd set it at the max for failure to comply.
Okay. All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the police officer who testified, and the evidence presented, all reflecting that the cited violation, the zoning violation exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 10 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $1,000 until the violation is abated or complied with. Okay, so those folks that are exceeding the occupancy limit, they're going to have to go somewhere else. And
Ms. Taylor could deal with that, but and on another note, she's not the owner. She's actually subleasing from what she told me out of her own mouth. So it's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what else I can do.
She would have to.
That's good.
She would have to advise them. They are mentally disabled adults. That she does not have them being supervised. The concern that I also expressed to her is, if one of these adults were to go into a crisis, who is there to help? If you don't have it properly staffed. An adult living facility always has someone there on scene 24/7 to avoid a crisis or anything else. And she does not have that, and she could not answer the phone.
Well, do you need to get the state involved, or is the city able to?
It's a concern. Hopefully the city can communicate, but the thing about it is, even with me working the case of the missing person, having to look around, having to check with the medical examiner's office till finally the missing person was located in Fort Lauderdale at a hospital. With going through trying to find this one person, I barely have been able to speak to her. If I have in my notes, when I would reach out to her, I attempted to contact Ms. Taylor via phone, however, it went straight to the voicemail. I reached out via email.
How is the owner of this business getting compensated?
I asked her, that's another thing that I asked her, and she said, I don't feel like that's a concern for this missing person. She said they do pay. I said, is it a direct pay or are you getting compensated through the state? She said they pay rent. That's what she told me. Now, what she explained to him, I have no clue.
I think you need to, and I commend you for bringing this to my attention. I happen to have experience in this area. I think that you need to move quickly before other people get hurt, and I think you may need to do further investigation as to what's really going on there. And you may have to shut them down.
So we're out with the city, with code enforcement to shut them down as far as the finding. I have my report here for me
the documentation
to assist you in what you're going to be looking for.
Madam City Attorney, this is where you might be helpful. What can the city do legally to go into court perhaps and get an injunction and get this property stopped from doing business?
Now that we have some guilty violations, some adjudications, we will be able to proceed. We would have enough evidence if the Code Enforcement Division wants us to proceed. We may file a case for injunction, but we would obviously need the support. We would need the testimony of the lead detective, and obviously any adjudications by this magistrate would be helpful in that endeavor.
Right, well, my findings are strictly on the zoning portion of it. I don't have any authority to adjudicate any other kind of regulatory or licensing issue. That's for someone else.
Well, the code department does have cases, I do believe, on the city licensure special magistrate. So we'll bring those cases on the next.
Well, to the extent that I have jurisdiction over licensing issues, I'll be happy to entertain those, but some of these licenses are state issued.
Right, the state licensure will work to refer to the appropriate department.
Okay, thank you.
When you look into it, I have here, if you need it,
Oh, yeah.
who the property is registered
yeah.
to. It's not registered to Mr. Taylor.
I know, that's what I was telling Mr. Taylor.
Right, and when you bring back these cases, make sure that you serve the owner.
She's not here to be served. She doesn't stay here. And that's the hard part about making contact with her.
Again, let's not be mistaken. Ms. Taylor doesn't own the property. Ms. Taylor is leasing the property and renting rooms out the property.
Well, somebody owns the property.
It's a company out of California, right?
It's a company that's out of California. This company is called
We work with these logistics.
One Barra LLC. It's a Tricon American ETA company. However, Ms. Taylor currently resides in Apopka, Florida.
Okay, well, I would suggest working with the city attorney that you serve all the people, anybody associated with the property. Landlord, tenant, owner, whoever is associated with the property should be part of any case presented.
They're aware of it because I don't know. I got an email from a lady, and all it says, she had the attachment of this case and the licensure cases that's going to be coming up attached to the email, and just asked me. All it said was, "Is this taken care of?" And I responded, "It's not taken care of." And I never got a response.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many hands is in on this property. Yeah. I'm thinking it's a lot of hands in on the property.
Right. And on your end, officer, I know that the state attorney's office has a task force on trafficking, and they may be interested in what's going on there. So
we can get state
reaching out to the state attorney's office might be helpful. They have expertise in these things that most cities do not have.
Your name is? I'm sorry.
Huh?
Your name is? I didn't get your name.
My name is Jose Smith.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Presiding special magistrate.
Yeah, I'm the magistrate.
Okay, special magistrate.
Yes.
So to the next case, I think she.
Next case.
Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Glad I can help.
The next case on the agenda is Efrain Santibanez, case number RCCOR 2018-00031. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 11 of 2019. The fine set was $150. The property address is 13375 Northeast 4th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
And I do have a respondent here. Efren, I just enabled your video and audio. Would you please accept the invitation so that you can be sworn in?
Number 13.
All right, Efren, can you enable your audio and your video, please?
Yes.
I need your video, sir. Thank you.
This is Efrain, E-F-R-A-I-N.
Do you need an interpreter, sir?
Yes, please.
Spanish interpreter, can you enable video?
Yes.
Can you assist with the swearing?
Can
Por
you
favor,
please
levante,
raise his right hand?
por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará en este caso será la verdad, toda la verdad. Lo jura ante Dios. Por favor, diga sí, lo juro.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Puede bajar la mano.
Sir, you are the owner of the property?
Señor, ¿es dueño de la propiedad usted?
Sí.
Yes.
And have you been able to obtain a reoccupancy certificate as required by code?
¿Ha podido obtener ese certificado de reocupación que el código lo requiere?
No, todavía no lo he podido obtener.
I was not able to obtain it.
Why not?
¿Por qué no?
Bueno, en estos momentos estoy en el proceso porque tengo que sacar los permisos. Bueno, ya tengo todos los permisos, ya me falta solamente la firma del plomero para obtenerla. Aquí tengo el papel que me dieron ahí en la ciudad. Bueno, le dieron al contratista que me está haciendo el...
Un momento. I am in the process. I need to just get the permits. I have the signature of the plumber already. ¿Qué es lo que tiene en la mano, dijo?
Este papel que me dieron...
Repita.
Este papel que se lo dieron a él al contratista que me está haciendo el trabajo, que está llevando todos los papeles. Porque solamente falta la firma del plomero para obtener los permisos ya.
Está aprobado.
Está aprobado todo. Lo que no pudo sacar los permisos ayer porque le falta la firma del plomero. Solamente. Pues son 4 contratistas.
Un momento, por favor. Un momento. I was not able to obtain the permit yesterday because I did not have the signature of the plumber yesterday.
All right. Let me hear from the code officer.
Escuchemos.
Good morning, Gary. I'm Gary Basic for the City of North Miami Building Department. I'm going to refresh y'all memories. The last time we was here, I told the gentleman that it was approved and you need to go pay for the permit. And I told him to call me the following morning and be the office open at 7:30, and he agreed to do that. And as of today, he still haven't paid for the permit. I told everybody that the permit was approved and was ready to go paid and picked up.
Stop right there, let the interpreter.
Bueno, simplemente la última vez que estuvo acá, en realidad lo que tenía que ustedes ir y pagar, y repitió eso una vez más, y tenía que pagar por el permiso.
Perdón, ¿puedo hablar yo? Yo soy
mi esposa, que me esposa.
No, not yet. I want to hear from you first.
Pero es que yo fui la que me encargué.
She'll have a chance. She'll have a chance.
Ya tendrá su oportunidad. Un momento, por favor.
Okay.
¿Hablo yo?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Ese último meeting que tuvimos aquí, yo salí de aquí y fui para la ciudad a pagar. Cuando llegué a pagar, la cantidad de $2,781, me dijeron que no podía pagar porque necesitaba las firmas, porque son 4 contratistas. Necesito de plomería, electricidad, aire acondicionado y building.
Un momento.
Y necesitaba...
Un momento. The last time I was here, I was told that I needed to pay, I believe it was $181. I needed 4 contractors for the plumber, for the air conditioning, for electricity. Continúe.
Ok, y for building. Y me dijeron que no podía pagar porque necesitaba varios datos que piden ellos de los contratistas que van a firmar por la firma de esos contratistas. Por eso tiene que ser contratistas que van a firmar esos papeles. Eso no puede firmar cualquiera, ¿no?
Un momento. And I needed the signature of all the contractors, and not anyone can sign those contracts.
Ok, y entonces la persona que está llevando todo, que es el contratista que está llevando todos los papeles, ya tiene las 4 firmas, pero cuando fue a presentarlo ayer, le dijeron que la firma del plomero tenía que firmarla porque supuestamente el plomero está como reconocido en la ciudad, pero le dijeron que tiene que firmarlo y por eso no he podido para obtener los permisos.
Un momento. And the contractor who is handling this whole situation, he went yesterday to the city and he had all the signatures except the signature, and that's the signature he needs. Continúe.
Ya, eso es lo que necesita para poder obtener los permisos, pagar los permisos, obtenerlos y bueno, y pedir las inspecciones finales.
And that's all I need in order to pay for the permit and then to follow with the inspections and everything.
There was another person that wanted to speak. I want to hear from her.
Había una persona que quería hablar, quiero escucharla, dice el
No, es mi esposa, porque ella es la que está más involucrada en eso, porque como yo estoy trabajando, ella es la que está en más contacto con el contratista y esas cosas.
Well, she's my wife, you know, she's more involved with the contractors and everything because I am at work.
Her in.
Tenemos que tomarle juramento a ella.
¿Quieres hablar? Ok.
Levanta la mano derecha.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please say I do.
Jura decir la verdad, toda la verdad, lo jura ante Dios. Diga, lo juro. I do. Puede bajar la mano.
You want to add anything to what your husband testified to?
¿Tiene algo que agregar a lo que su esposo ya ha testificado?
No, exactamente era eso lo que quería decir, porque ayer estuvo aquí el contratista y no pudo concretar todo porque faltaban esos papeles. La intención de nosotros desde hace rato es ya hacer el pago, pero no se pudo. Ahora, si ellos autorizan que ya hagamos el pago, lo hacemos hoy mismo.
Un momento. Un momento. I don't have anything else really to answer, to add to his testimony, because he was at work and myself, I was pretty much in charge. And if they authorize ustedes se autorizan hoy día, repite esa última parte, por favor.
Ok, si ustedes autorizan hoy mismo hacemos los pagos.
Okay, if you authorize today, then we are going to make a payment today.
Pero mira el papel este. That's the paper they give you.
Es el papel que nos dieron ayer.
This is the paper we were provided with.
Yeah, explain to her that she doesn't need my authority to go and pay for the building permit.
Bueno, en realidad usted no necesita mi permiso, para que usted vaya a pagar. No lo necesita, dice el juez.
Sí, pero no se puede efectuar el pago cuando vamos, no lo reciben, porque dicen que tienen que tener las 4 firmas.
Yes, I understand, but they cannot accept the payment because they need all 4 signatures.
All right, I'm very confused as to what's keeping the city from, if at all, from signing off on the plumbing. What's happening with that?
I'm not sure, because I told him to meet me at the office. He never meet me at the office, so I can't speak. I'm not sure what he's referring to. When I checked it the last time, it was approved, ready to pay for, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
What is the work that is contemplated to be done?
Well, they completely renovate the space. Let me see if I put it. But normally it's they probably remodel the kitchen and the bathrooms. Normally stuff like that probably happen.
Okay, do you know why they have not been able to get a sign off on the plumbing?
No, because they were supposed to meet me. He promised he was going to meet me at the office or call me. He never did.
Can you translate that? The court officer's commentary about trying to meet with him and he never showed up?
Sí, simplemente el oficial dice que llamó a usted, quería reunirse con usted, pero nunca se presentó.
¿Cuándo?
No, a mí nadie me llamó.
Nobody called me.
I do have the building official still on the call, Special Magistrate. I'm not sure if you need his testimony or Gary, if that would be of assistance to you.
Well, basically, he's an officer. He can pull up on the file. Yeah.
Okay, Steve, are you able to assist?
What's the address of the file?
13375 Northeast 4th Avenue.
4th Ave?
Yes, Northeast.
Aquí en el building department.
Steve, is that you the call?
Sorry?
No, I wanted to see your face.
I was busy typing before I could click on.
Okay. All right. Do you know what the issue is with plumbing?
I will tell you in a second.
Un momento, por favor, le va a decir cuál es la razón, cuál es el problema con el asunto de la
Bathroom, windows, doors, central AC, electrical panel.
I do show, in our system, I do show an approval for plumbing.
En el sistema dice que muestra el sistema que hay ya una aprobación para la plomería.
Pero mira, este papel, si, no sé si lo pueden llegar a alcanzar, dice aquí abajo, dice permit approved, pero aquí abajo me dicen que pending contractor insurance and worker compensation letter.
Here says in the paper approval, but in the bottom part of the page says, ponga otra vez, permit pending contractor insurance and worker.
I guess the contractor has not submitted proof of insurance.
Yes, so it's basically been approved. It's just we need the paperwork before we can release it.
Sí,
Okay.
en realidad resulta que el contratista no ha proporcionado lo que ellos están pidiendo el seguro.
Ok, y por ese motivo, supuestamente ya el contratista lo va, me imagino que entre hoy, no sé cuándo dará la firma. Mientras no esté eso, creo que no podemos hacer el pago de los. De hecho, yo le di el cheque.
Un momento.
Okay.
And I believe then the contractor he's going to do it either today or tomorrow. And after that we can go ahead. Repita, ¿usted le dio?
Que de hecho el contratista que está dando, le di el cheque por la cantidad de 1.781, que es la cantidad de los permisos. Ahí lo está. Ya tiene cheque y todo, a nombre de North Miami, de City of North Miami.
Un momento.
No podía hacer el pago todavía.
Un momento. As a matter of fact, the contractor already has my check in the amount of $1,781, and he has already, and he was not able to pay it yet.
Yeah, it's explain to him, please, that the issue is not the check that he's issued to the city. The problem is that the contractor has not submitted proof of insurance. That's the issue.
Bueno, el problema no es el cheque suyo. El problema es que el contratista no ha proporcionado una prueba de que tiene seguro el contratista.
Okay.
Él lo va a proporcionar ahora.
They are going to provide it now.
Now, like today?
No, not today.
Not today.
What's your recommendation?
You can table it on
Next.
for the February hearing.
Okay. This is gonna be the last time we're gonna do this because you've already been found guilty. But because you've hired a contractor who may or may not be able to do the work because he doesn't have insurance or at least hasn't proffered insurance and proof of workers' compensation coverage, I'm going to give you one last time. Next time, I'm going to start levying daily fines. So unless this matter is resolved to the satisfaction of the city by February 4th of 2021, you will start accruing fines when I hear the case at the next meeting of February 11th. So if this is not the contractor that's ready, willing, and able to do the work, you need to find somebody else.
Bueno, entonces, esta es la última vez que le estoy concediendo esto, porque usted ya ha sido adjudicado culpable. Probablemente el contratista no tiene el apropiado seguro, o tal vez no tiene el seguro de compensación laboral. De todas formas, hay una última fecha y tiene que estar hecha de acuerdo con la satisfacción de la ciudad, y la fecha es para febrero 4 del 2021, y Este caso se va a escuchar otra vez acá en febrero 11 del 2021. Si para esa fecha tenemos que escuchar el caso otra vez, entonces van a empezar a acumularse las las multas.
Okay.
Let me ask one last question to Code. What is the work that needs to get done before they can get their certificate of reoccupancy? And is that enough time for them to do the work?
Well, no, the work is done. It's an after the fact. So basically, just to get inspection to make sure it's done.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So it's basically okay. It's an after the fact permit. So, but if any work needs to be done, if the inspector finds that something was not done correctly, then they would have to correct it.
Correct.
And then they wouldn't be able to get a certificate of occupancy until the work is
Complete.
signed off.
Sign off.
Okay, so you understand that. I want him to understand what we're doing here. It's not just getting the permit and getting the contractor on board. There's going to be an inspection by the city to make sure that the work that has already been done is in compliance with the code.
Bueno, simplemente quiero que lo tengan claro y que entienda que no solamente es el permiso que tiene que obtener y el contratista, simplemente ya que el trabajo ya fue hecho, entonces es una inspección que tiene que hacerse después de haber hecho el trabajo. Entonces, y esa inspección tiene que ser de acuerdo con las reglas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, all right, we're done. Next case.
Siguiente caso.
The next case is item number 21 on the agenda, Claver M. Panton. Case number CEWWC 2020-00041. Property address 13205 Northwest 11th Avenue. The code officer on this case is Wayne Clark.
I'm sorry, before the clerk was to call the next case, magistrate, I wanted to call attention to Enrique Final and Thierry Duvert Thomas. I have you registered here in the meeting, but I don't know what properties you're here on behalf of. While we hear the next case, if you would please send me a chat and identify what address you're here for. If you can send me a message in the chat, just give me the property address so that we can hear your case next. We'd appreciate it. The public computer is now being enabled to for the case that was just called.
Is that Claver Panton?
Yes, sir.
There's two cases,
Yes, sir.
companion case.
Laura, did you call the second case into the record?
Which of the two cases are we calling first? The mildew or the roof?
CEGMP 2020-00053 for the mildew.
Okay.
You can come a little closer to the computer, sir, so we can hear you when you speak. And if you wouldn't mind raising your right hand to be sworn in.
Can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
No.
Thank you.
Sir, it's Claver M.
Claver Panton, Queen Representative, District Constable, Washington County.
Okay, sir, I'm going to need you to tell me if you're the property owner and if you understand the nature of the violation.
I'm ready, to be honest.
Are you the owner of the property? Are you Claver Panton?
Yes, sir.
And where do you live?
12205 Northwest 11th Avenue.
Are you the owner of the property?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? You can put your hand down. You can put your hand down. Thank you. What is do you understand why you're being cited?
Violation.
Do you know what the violation is for?
They're out. The claim should be properly kept or something like that. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have the code officer explain why you're being cited, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead.
Wayne Clark City, North Miami Code Compliance. The property was cited in reference to the outside exterior walls of the property, including the window awnings. Everything was mildew stained, almost in deteriorated fashion. It needed to pressure wash and paint the outside walls of the property and the awnings. And that was the instructions, for this case, and nothing has been done. He's not in compliance to date.
Okay, I need you to show me for the record the photographs depicting the condition for which you cited him.
Okay. You got it, Pilar?
Crystal has it.
Sorry.
Okay, I can do it right here too. Yeah, it's there you go. 21. Right there. This is, I believe, the south side wall, including the awning, deteriorated, mildew stain, in other words. This is the front of the house, where you can see,
Right, and then while you're showing me that photograph, the top shows the roof and the blue tarp,
right,
and it shows some damage there. But that's the next case. But I just wanted to make sure that that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, so yeah, that's a depiction of how the house looks to date. No change.
Okay.
And this is my first time meeting him. I did speak with his daughter on yesterday. Personally, she didn't register in time to take care of online doing it via Zoom, and I'm pleasantly surprised to see him here.
Yeah,
because she said he has kind of some issues. Of course, he's up in age.
Mr. Penton, have you seen the photographs on the screen?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, yes, I think you can explain in order, sir.
You need to clean that up, right?
Yes, sir.
You need to clean it. You need to clean that up.
The problem is, Your Honor, I'm a 85-year-old man. I'm living off like a social security. Now, the social security has made a mistake with my money. I sending my money to my wife's account. And I have a paper here with the documents. I don't know if you can see. They say that this money was gone into my wife's account, and I have to get a lawyer to straighten it out. So I ordered this card through financial difficulties. Right now, I'm supposed to, my social security is very low because my wife was passed out and I'm not able to get the necessary finance to keep maintaining this house for the last 4 years because the money is locked up. And I said I get a lawyer to get the money out. That's the condition of the house. When I bought this house should never become on the market for sale because it wanted a roof. I tried to maintain it, but the last 4 years created a problem with my finances, so that's what caused position. If this gentleman has come and talked to me, I could have explained the position which caused all of this problem.
I'm sorry. I knocked on the door a couple of times. I seen it because it's in the door opening in the screen.
Yeah. Well, is the problem that you don't have the money right now to clean up the house? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
That's right. Yes, sir. I could have explained it to him that he would understand the problem. It's not a matter of not doing it. I spend a lot of what I have. My social security is very small. I know that my wife is dead for 4 years. I can't get the money locked off. I can't get the money because I can't get a lawyer.
The violation still went forward if he didn't,
Yeah.
Okay, we postponed it once.
Yeah.
Last month, and then also, I think maybe the property's in
I can't figure out, you know.
What's the document? I told what the document is.
Sir, the document, the paper that you have in front of you that you're showing us, what is that?
This is the money that gone into my wife's account. That I'm not able to contain because I can't get a lawyer to represent me. This is what got into my wife's account, which was
The house and everything in probate. I ain't seen anything in probate.
Well, Madam City Attorney, I need your help. We got a property in probate, and the gentleman doesn't have the money to clean it up. I don't know that fining him is the answer. What do you suggest?
Well, looking at this case, it is simply up for adjudication today. It's not up for consideration of levy of fines. I believe based off of the evidence of the officer as well as the homeowner and the pictures that were shown as evidence, it's clear that the code violation does exist. Now, as far as the probate issues, that will be of import when it comes back to your honor for consideration and levy and fines as to whether or not you would let the fines go forward or whether you would grant the homeowner additional time in which to comply with the violation. And hopefully by that point, he will have secured an attorney and will be able to move that probate case along to gain access to whatever proceeds are left in the estate to make the necessary repairs to the property.
I'm going to make one additional request, and that is I would like to establish some type of communication between the city and the property owner and perhaps the estate, so that they understand that obviously that leaving that property in that condition is not going to help, and putting additional fines on that property is not going to help. So I think we need to establish lines of communication.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I've been going to them for the last 4 years and request them because when I bought that house, it was being repaired when I'm supposed to get moving in. And if I did not sign that agreement that man was supposed to get paid for the house, he said he would put on a lien on it, and I didn't even go through the gate yet. I did not own the house. The house, that house was supposed to be properly prepared, and it was not, because water, when the rain come was sitting on top of that house. And all of this tried to paint a little and repair and put tar and brick and sand on top of the house.
He had insurance on it, huh? He has insurance on the house. I doubt it, huh?
That house is
Probably not, but he should if he has a mortgage on it. But the insurance would not cover
I'm saying
it.
for the roof.
For the roof?
For 4 years I've been complaining about it.
Considering the condition of the house, I doubt that any insurance company would cover that roof. But, sir, you need to stop for a minute, okay? Let us think about how best to handle this. Mr. Clark, what do you think would work? Obviously, the end point is compliance and having the house in good condition. What should we do?
Could you, well, maybe just ask him, because I was in touch with his daughter. I actually sent her an email. Maybe we can maybe I can get back in contact with his daughter. I just talked to her briefly. She told me he was there by himself. He was an elderly man. He could barely walk and all of this, and I understood that. And she did want to attend, but she had like 48 hours to register with 48 hours before the hearing and all this. So what I would suggest is to maybe try and get back in contact with her and ask her, is there any way she could help them financially to at least start the ball rolling on the house repairs, maybe start by pressure cleaning and doing a little by little.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try. I think is his daughter. Did he talk to
Okay,
his daughter? She willing to-
sir, is your daughter in town?
I was,
Your daughter, is she in town?
no, she's not in town. So with all due respect, if that gentleman did stop and talk to me, they would get a better result. You'll be able to listen, what the problem is, sir. In 5 minutes, I went to my house the other day and drink a little water, but then I come back and put a mark on his head. All the others could give him the reason for all the problem and to cause it from confusion today.
Oh boy, you put it on me. I'm a bad
Sir,
person.
sir, the issue is not the code officer. The issue is that your property is not in compliance with the code.
But I would have told him what's the reason.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the reason is. You have to comply with the code.
I just said I'm not able to get the financial money out of the player is supposed to apply it with the court. If I don't have
Actually,
the
if you
money,
think his daughter's willing to help,
I don't have the
maybe
money.
back clean or getting it pressure cleaner.
Sir, I'm going to ask you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you to have your daughter call the code officer, Officer Clark, tomorrow to talk about how we get this resolved.
With due respect, sir, it's not my daughter went at it. This is social security problem of giving me the money. That's the problem. That's the only thing I can find the lawyer to get the social security to let go the money. They are the one that have the money, not my daughter.
I don't care about lawyers. You know, this is not about lawyers or court cases. This is about getting the property cleaned up. And we're not going to keep going back and forth. Sir, now it's my time to talk. Okay, I've heard you enough. Okay, the house is not in good condition, and the city cannot allow that house to remain the way it is. So what I'm going to do is I am going to give you time to do whatever you need to do to remedy the problem.
I appreciate that, sir.
I'm talking. And if you don't remedy the problem, you're going to have to pay fines to the city. And I don't want you to have to pay fines to the city, but the problem needs to be corrected. I don't care about lawyers. Okay? So I've already given you enough time to speak. I've heard from the code officer, and I'm going to make a ruling. Okay? And the ruling is that the conditions that are existing on your property are in violation of the code, and that I find in favor of the city. I will enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. 30 days to pressure clean your house. That's plenty of time. And if you do not comply, there will be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. Okay? You have 30 days to pressure clean your house. How you do it, who does it?
What paint do?
Well, paint also, yeah. Pressure clean and paint the house. Okay, so you've got 30 days. If you run into a problem, we will come back and rehear the case. But right now, you've been adjudicated guilty and you have 30 days to comply. Okay?
Once you get something going, and
all right. That's what. All right. Now, no. Stop. Now we're going to hear the second case, which has to do with the tarp, the roof. Okay? Really have a problem.
keep your feelings like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Noel, he has one more case.
One more case.
One more case,
Noel. Hold on.
The next case is CEWWC 2020-00041, same property.
All right, I saw the picture of the blue tarp on the roof. And you understand, sir, that that is also the code?
Yes, that roof, that top is come off already, not here now.
Okay, that has to be fixed.
Yeah, let me take it off already.
How much time do you need to fix it?
Just tear it off the roof. The roof's still in disrepair?
I'm not able to get that in under 3 months. I'm not able to contact and saying that situation under 3 months. It's not possible for me, sir. I got all the money and I'm 85-year-old. I can take time and do it. But you say I'm done under 3 months.
You need 3 months?
Yes, sir.
You know you need permits. You just can't go up there and put up a roof by yourself. You have to get somebody else to do it for you.
I will get help. So 3 months I will promise you I will comply. I started comply already all the same, but it took when it me 3 months. I started moving already. Tell him come past and look and see. Because right now,
Please don't get up on that roof. Tell them do not get on that roof.
You're not going to be allowed up on the roof, sir. That would not be a good idea.
leave that me alone.
You need to get a licensed roofer to help you with the roof.
The financial problem. Financial is the problem. I'm telling you from now. You know, I was planning to kill myself. Like I tell you that. I was planning to commit suicide.
I don't know.
How many you say he's trying to?
I was planning to commit suicide. I have too much problem in life.
Oh, that's what he said. Don't say that, man.
Sir, the city wants you to live and live in a house that is not a safety concern. They want to protect you. Don't talk nonsense, okay?
And that's talking nonsense. I can give you my friend's phone number. Right now, that I was to do.
Don't do that.
All right.
So thank you very much for your consideration all the same.
Sir, why don't we wait on the roof? Would you like to just have a conversation with him? And before I adjudicate the roof matter, maybe we need to have a conversation with someone that hopefully can address
Do what you have to do. I mean, because it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah,
as far as adjudication.
The adjudication is one thing, and what happens after the adjudication is another.
Right.
And I'm not, in a position to advise him or the city what needs to happen next. But if he's talking the way he's talking, I would.
Well, we might need
do something.
some intervention over there.
Yes.
To knock on his door.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't even qualify for none of the city
I'm
programs.
not sure that his testimony is even qualified.
He knows what he's saying and everything is there.
All right. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and evidence presented, I find that the violation exists. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days on the roof. 60 days on the roof. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. Sir, we're done with your case. I will encourage the city to call you and have a conversation and see if there's anything the city can do to assist you to get the house under compliance. Thank you.
I appreciate it and thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
Next case.
Special Magistrate. I would like to acknowledge, I have a couple people that are waiting and I'm not sure what property they're here for. So Theory Bert Thomas, if you can hear me, can you tell me what property you're here on behalf of?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. What's the property address?
I'm the Creole on Torper. I think the confusion is I could not get into the meeting earlier this morning, so I registered as a participant through the city calendar link. and
Sure.
then I was sent another link, so I'm probably registered or
Can you tell me what the
twice.
address of the property is, please?
I'm the Creole interpreter. I'm not a participant.
You're the Creole interpreter. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm probably appearing twice because there was some issues logging in this morning. So I registered as a participant to enter the meeting through the city calendar.
All right. Thank you. Enrique Finol, can you tell me
Yes.
what property are you here on behalf of?
Two properties, 14865 Northeast 20th Avenue is one of them.
Okay. I'm sorry. Just one moment. Clerk, can you confirm that the property is on the agenda?
MMB partners, MMB partners.
Would you repeat the address once more, Enrique?
Yes, 14865 Northeast 20th Avenue.
Okay. The clerk is going to advise whether that case is on the agenda for today.
That one is compliant.
That case is complied.
We apologize about that, sir. Your case is not on today's agenda due to compliance.
No,
It is on the agenda, but there is compliance.
Okay, we've been working towards it. I know we had two of them. I thought the other one was in compliance and this one might still be pending.
NMB partners, I think should be.
Gary, are there two cases or is there one?
Oh,
There's
yes.
two cases.
That is NMB Partners LLC, which is item number 40 on the agenda. The case number is MHBIO 2019-00198. The property address is 196-147 Terrace.
Okay, sir, I've just enabled your audio and your video. Can you please accept the invitation for video?
Yes.
Thank you. Pilar, can you swear him in, please?
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, are you the owner of the property or a managing agent for the property?
Correct. I'm a property manager at the property.
Okay, and this has to do with the failure to obtain permits for interior and exterior alteration. There's an adjudication that took place and an abatement date of November 13th with a fine running at $500.
Which one is that one?
NMB Partners versus MHBIO 2019-00122. Is that not the one we're talking about?
The address is 148.
No.
148.
That one is not on the agenda. The one that's on the agenda for NMB Partners.
Yeah, that one is compliant. The one is number 40.
So
Is compliant?
No, the one he's talking about.
the one that I just mentioned, 14865 Northeast 20th Avenue, that's in compliance?
Yes.
And the other one is 1962 Northeast 147th Terrace?
Yes, that's the one I just called into record.
Okay, that's the one you call. Okay, so required permits for kitchen, electrical outlet, plumbing pipes, an abatement date of March 2000 with a fine of $250. Where are we with that case?
I got a process number from the city and the plans are being reviewed by the county right now. So as soon as we get those plans back from the county, I'll be able to pull the permit from the city.
What's the issue with the county?
Nothing. They have the plans and they're being reviewed.
Okay.
Yeah, the county's the wrong process.
So they
right.
already gave me back the other plans and that's why I was able to turn in the permit and get it finished. As soon as I get these back, I'll be able to do the same.
Okay. It's been a long time since March when you were asked to complete the planning process, and a process number in the county doesn't really tell me very much. Where are the plans currently?
Well, everything's being done online with the county now, so I have the plans physically, but they have the digital copies that are being reviewed.
Okay, so no department in the county has signed off on any of the work?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Mr. Officer?
You can table it.
Mr. Best?
You can table it.
Table it? Okay. At the recommendation of the code officer, we're going to table this until our next meeting of February 11th, 2021.
Okay, we should have it done by then.
Please, thank you.
No problem.
All right. Next.
The next case on the agenda is Margarita de Oro, case number CEWAL 2020-00001. Property address 12375 Northwest 8th Avenue. Wayne Clark is the officer.
I do understand that do you all need an interpreter? Spanish interpreter?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, sir, do you need a Spanish interpreter?
Sure.
Señor, ¿necesita traductor en español? Yes.
Okay, Pilar, can you move forward with swearing them in?
Please raise your right hand.
Por favor, levante la mano derecha.
Mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Jura y afirma que el testimonio que dará sea la verdad, toda la verdad, lo jura ante Dios. Diga, lo juro.
Sí, lo juro.
I do. Puede bajar la mano y quítese la máscara, por favor, señor. Gracias. Está bien, sí.
Do you understand why you're being summoned to this hearing?
¿Entiende por qué razón lo han llamado a esta audiencia, señor?
¿Cómo dice?
¿Entiende cuál es la razón por la que está aquí?
Sí, por algo que el vecino me mandó, llamó acá, no sé cómo es la cosa.
Yes. Yes, for something, I was summoned for something, I don't know how that works.
What number?
37.
Okay.
Wayne Clark City, North Miami Code.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, code compliance. This case in reference to a boundary wall, which is like a perimeter wall, which is CBS block. And he was just asked to take care of a small section, which is on she's going on the east side of the property. And what he told me was that upon my final inspection, what he told me was that it's adjacent to the neighbors. So he would actually have to go, there it is, Special Magistrate.
Okay,
so he would actually have to go onto the neighbor's property to take care of that. So what I did was I left the business card with the neighbor. The neighbor didn't call me. So I think it was a couple of days ago, I saw a car there. The neighbor's house would be over here. So I saw a car there and I rang the doorbell and the guy came and I said, listen, I spoke to your neighbor. I cited him for the wall. And what he told me was that you wouldn't allow him access on your property to pressure wash and paint the wall. He said that's not true. He said that his brother pressure cleaned the wall. And I said,
whose brother, the neighbor or
the neighbor? The neighbor pressure cleaned did him, for him. However, he still needed to paint it, as you can see. It's still.
All right. So let me understand. This is a boundary issue. So the concrete fence is on the gentleman and the lady's property, but in order for him to be able to pressure clean it and paint it, he needs to go into the neighbor's property.
Right.
But it is his fence. It is his.
Right.
Okay.
Kristen, can you pull back up the picture for me, please? Yeah, I can show you exactly how it goes. It was another one I thought. But as you can see, this is his property too. On the north, this is the north side wall, and it goes all the way back. This is the east side wall. He painted all the rest of that, but he didn't paint this right here. And he actually came. He was painting that day when I went over there the same color. But he said that, there you go, that's a good depiction right there.
I get it.
So,
I get it.
all he has to do is go right there. And the neighbor said he did not never tell him that. So
All right.
he needs to paint it.
Okay. So here's where we're at, Mr. Interpreter.
Yes.
The code officer has testified that the next door neighbor, where the vacant lot is, that the owner of that property has given authority, permission for him to paint that wall. And so there is no issue. Can you explain that?
Sure. Señor, lo que dice el juez es lo siguiente, que de acuerdo con lo que ha testificado el oficial, el vecino del lado, la persona que tiene ese lote vacío, ha dado autoridad para que usted lo pueda hacer. Así que no hay ningún problema en lavar a presión y pintar.
Pero este hombre tiene pistola y él amenaza a la vecina con pistola y todo, y yo no tengo pistola para defender.
Un momento, por favor. Well, un momento, por favor. Well, this neighbor has guns, you know, he has threatened the neighbors, and I don't have one myself.
I don't think we're going to get into that problem of a neighbor keeping you. The neighbor said it's okay. So whether he has a gun or not, I don't think that matters.
Bueno, yo creo que no va a haber ningún problema en eso, que tenga arma o no va a haber ningún problema en eso porque él ya ha autorizado.
Y tiene un perro pitbull también ahí en el patio.
He has also a pit bull dog in the patio.
What?
He has also a pit bull dog, he says.
When I went over there, I heard a dog bark.
There is no patio. It's a vacant lot.
No, it's not a vacant lot. It's a house.
Oh, it is a house?
Yeah, ring the doorbell.
Oh, I thought it was a vacant lot.
No, it's a house that faces the street. His house faces the avenue. You get it?
Okay.
So it's like one house is here, one house is there, like in the corner. But I mean, the guy said he
all right, sir, I have to believe the code officer when he tells me under oath that the neighbor is allowing you permission to paint that wall. I think it's in his interest also, because I don't think the next door neighbor wants to have that nuisance wall there unpainted. I'm surprised that he hasn't filed a complaint against you. Or maybe he did. I don't know, but sir, I'm going to give you 30 days to resolve this issue. And if the neighbor gives you any hassles, you call the code officer and he'll go out there and assist you.
Bueno, señor, yo he escuchado el testimonio del oficial bajo juramento, entonces acerca de el que le permite a usted pintar y también le conviene al vecino. Y por lo tanto, yo le estoy dando 30 días para que usted cumpla con eso. Yo creo que no habrá ningún problema con el vecino. Si hay algún problema, usted llama al oficial. Pero el vecino ha dado el permiso para que usted haga el pintado.
Just paint the one section there, which you can see.
Or they can put the dog away. That's not a big deal. Sir, I don't care how you do it. But, and if the neighbor is a problem, let the code officer know, because then we're going to cite the neighbor also. Okay? So go ahead, Mr. Interpreter.
Yes. Bueno, entonces, señor, yo pienso que no hay ningún problema. Si hubiese cualquier problema, entonces usted llama al oficial de la ciudad, entonces nosotros le haremos una citación al vecino. Pero yo pienso que no habrá ningún problema porque él ya ha autorizado. Okay.
Yo puedo pintar la parte de la calle, que lo que da a la pared donde está la cerca. Hasta donde llega la cerca la pinto yo. La otra, yo no entro al patio ahí porque ahí está el perro allí.
Un momento. I can paint the area that faces the street, but I cannot go on the side because the dog is in there.
Well, the dog is going to have to be inside. You let the owner know that you're going to paint, and I'm sure the owner will take the dog and put him inside the house while you're painting.
Bueno, no hay ningún problema sobre eso. En realidad,
he says the rest of the property. I don't know what he's talking about.
El perro va a estar dentro de la propiedad. El perro estará dentro de la propiedad. Usted le informa que va a pintar y no habrá ningún problema con eso.
Okay. Let's tell him when you get ready to paint. If I'm around, just give me a call. And I'll go over there right when he starts to paint and just, stand on the sidewalk.
All right. So we're not going to have a problem because the code officer has very generously offered to be there when you're painting, so that if there's a problem, the officer will go talk to the neighbor.
Bueno, el juez dice lo siguiente, que no habrá ningún problema porque el oficial se está ofreciendo generosamente a estar en la propiedad cuando usted haga la pintura, así que no habrá ningún problema sobre eso.
Entonces yo lo llamo a él.
Okay, I'll call him then.
Excellent, excellent, good result. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 30 days to get this thing painted, okay? I'm going to find that based on the evidence, the cited violation exists. Proper notice has been given. I find for the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. Mr. Interpreter, let him know what I ruled.
Sure. Este es el fallo del juez. Bueno, el fallo del juez es que le está dando 30 días para cumplir con esto, para cumplir con todo esto, y al cabo de 30 días, entonces, si no cumple, habrá una multa de $250 por día, después de los 30 días.
Al inspector que llamamos es el que tenemos la tarjetita de él.
So we're going to call him to the business card that he gave us. Right?
Name is Wayne Clark, and he's going to give you a telephone number right now.
I've spoken to him. Tell him I'll stop by the house.
He will go by your house and drop off a card today.
Está bien. Él se llama Wayne Clark y él va a pasar por su casa y le va a dejar su tarjeta hoy día. ¿Está bien?
Tell him he's got 30 days.
De todas formas, tiene 30 días para cumplir.
Okay, thank you. Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Next case.
The next case is Canes Omias, case number CEPFY 2020-00081, property address 885 Northwest 128th Street. The officer is Wayne Clark.
Case number?
19. The name is Canes, C-A-N-E-Z.
Okay.
All right, sir, you can come forward. I understand he needs an interpreter, is that correct? A Creole interpreter?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm going to promote you to it so you can show your video, Mr. Creole interpreter. Enable your video, please. Thank you. And can you assist with swearing him in?
There he goes.
Please ask him to please raise his right hand.
Levez main droite tout.
The interpreter needs to be sworn in, Pilar.
Okay. For the interpreter, do you solemnly swear and affirm the translation which you are about to give in these proceedings shall be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge and skill? Please say I do.
I do.
For the resident, please raise your right hand.
Maître propriétaire, s'il vous plaît, levez main droite tout.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, please say I do.
Est-ce que vous jurez que témoignage va le présenter l'en procès ça aujourd'hui, c'est la vérité, toute la vérité, seulement la vérité? I do not know. This is the first thing I'm participating in something like this.
I just need for him to affirm that the testimony he's going to be giving today is going to be the truth.
Monsieur m'a besoin que vous affirmez témoignage va le présenter l'en procès là aujourd'hui, c'est la vérité, oui ou non?
Témoignage? Oui.
Yes.
Thank you.
Merci.
Wayne Clark, City of North Mountain Code Compliance. This case reference to parking on the front yard. As you know, they've been given proper notice some time ago. And at the same time, I spoke to a young man there and explained that the cars, I don't know if it was his son or nephew or grandson, that the cars needed to be moved off of the front lawn and it was in excess of a couple.
Okay, we need the interpreter to translate what you're saying.
Sir.
So you're going too fast?
Yes,
I want to make sure that he understands. So,
alors, c'est pour présenter cas que c'est, je ne sais si c'est petite, mais c'est son famille, mais il y a une machine qui parque devant la copropriétaire et c'est pour m'expliquer lui que c'est pour retirer.
No, you don't have to talk. Now we're going to keep going. Okay?
J'ai parlé Kounia, pour Kounia n'a pas avancé.
Just want to make sure he understands what the code officer is saying. That's all.
Je seulement voulais assurer que lui comprenne ça, officier a expliqué, ça seulement. You want me to remove the cars then?
No, we're not there yet. We're letting the officer explain what's going on.
Nous pouvons arriver là, nous avons seulement quitté officier expliquer ça qui a passé. Okay, I'm listening to you.
Okay, and I cited, as I was saying, for the cars in the front yard, it wasn't him, it was another adult male that I explained to, and he said that it would be done. They did remove.
Wayne, give me a chance to speak, please.
Ça m'a expliqué, c'est pas tellement monsieur, t'ai parlé avec un autre monsieur adulte qui est la propriétaire, qui t'a dit moi que l'a fait lui.
And let him know that I did see that the vehicles were removed other than the pickup truck. The pickup truck is still on the front lawn at my last and final inspection, which should be depicted in the photo, I think, just of that vehicle itself on the front lawn.
Alors, yo te retiré cette machine, mais camionnette là qui devant la caille toujours. Et Kokaboué qui paraît là en photo à partir de dernière date pour inspection moyen ou après la photo c'est camionnette là toujours et il y a l'autre machine qui l'a toujours.
Is it that red car?
No, that's in the driveway. The pickup truck is on the front lawn still.
Okay, so we're talking about one vehicle?
Yeah.
Alors on a parlé de long
looks like I got a flat tire now.
The one on the left?
This one.
Il semble que le gars a un caoutchouc plate.
Exactly.
Why do you need to park it on top of the grass, on the swale?
Pour qui ça, qui raison pour obliger parquer lui sous gazon? Because I have nowhere else to put it. I have no room to put it anywhere else. Everyone in the household has a car. There's nowhere else to put it.
Well, then you got too many cars.
Alors, il y a trois machines alors. I did not hear that.
You got too many cars.
Ou get trois machines. Well, everyone goes to work. Everyone has their own car, and they're not always there. Everyone goes to work.
Everybody can go to work, but they can't park on the swale.
Tout le monde a le travail, mais il n'y a pas qu'à parquer sous terre, il n'y a pas qu'à parquer sous gazon, la cour devant.
I'm sorry, interpreter. Mr. Clark, if you don't mind, it's difficult to hear the testimony being given if you're talking. Mr. Interpreter, go ahead, please.
C'est tout le monde met le travail, mais ou pas qu'à parquer sous gazon, sous terre avec gazon qui est dans la cour devant. Okay, so what are we discussing here? The problem is where the truck is located.
I'm gonna let the code officer explain what the violation is about, and then explain what alternatives are available so that you don't have to violate the city code in order to accommodate the cars.
Alors, m'a quitté officier expliquer exactement qui sa violation est, et puis après ça, l'a expliqué qui alternative ou gagnant pour capable gagner machine yo et sans qu'on pas violer code city.
Oui,
Yes, but I would like to know what grass is he talking about? What grass is he referring to? I'd like to know.
We'll explain it.
L'a expliqué lui.
Do you see the pictures that are up? Can you see those, sir?
Est-ce que vous avez photo qui paraît devant vous? Est-ce que vous avez vu?
Oui.
Yes, I see them.
Do you see that truck on the front lawn and not the driveway?
Est-ce que vous avez camionette ça qui est sous la cour devant, mais il pas sous asphalte là, il pas sous driveway. Hein?
Pas de camionnette gris, hein?
You're talking about the gray pickup truck?
Yes.
Oui.
Okay, well.
Yes, I see it.
It's not supposed to be there. It's not allowed. Not on the grass in the front lawn.
Il n'est pas supposé là, il n'est pas gain droit pour là, il n'est pas supposé sous gazon la cour devant.
Tell him you can park it in the driveway, and then in the cars that are outside the property between the sidewalk and the street, he's allowed to park there also, facing the way that traffic is going on that side.
Alors, il gain droit parquer sous portail entre kay là, driveway, ou bien ouais machine qui paraît là qui entre trottoir là avec la rue, il gain doit parquer là tout, mais c'est pour by face direction circulation la rue.
Ok. Si côté la parler, ouais côté des machine rouge là.
Okay.
Go machine qui parle là, ok?
If you look at the area where the red car is, if you look at the photo, there's a red car there. Where that red car is, you see that?
Yes.
Oui.
Okay. Go machine qui parle derrière ça tout.
There's also a car that is parked behind that as well.
Okay. L'autre partie la parler, même si
I can't see it.
This other parking space he's referring to, even though you don't see it.
Côté machine gris à deux machines qui parlent photo là bunya.
Where the gray car is, there's two cars that appear right now.
Ouais côté espace ça y est bon côté air conditionné, deux machines qui parlent là.
Do you see that area next to the air conditioner? There are two cars that normally park there.
So qui côté si mal passé c'est moi there oui. Regardez l'autre machine là. Qui côté comment toute machine doit se passer
So, where does he want me to park? If I park facing that way, where am I going to put those other two cars? Where does he want us to park all those cars?
Special Magistrate, if I can jump in here. Sir, the resident is going to be responsible for figuring out his vehicle, how many cars he have and where they can be parked. He may want to consider paving the grass area in order to accommodate all the vehicles that he has.
Alors, Maître Kailan est responsable pour déterminer quantité machine li gagne et qui côté la parquet. Alors, li ka peut-être considéré pour mettre béton la côté area qui gagne gazon.
Now, there clearly are a considerable amount of vehicles at the property. The city's interest at this point is just to advise that you cannot park the cars on the grass. Also, you cannot block the right-of-way, as this one picture is depicting. We're blocking the right-of-way. We're just basically parking cars everywhere. And we've got several parking violations. However, at this time, we're only hearing the case reference parking on the grass. But if he wants to consider paving, maybe that's an option to accommodate the cars, but we don't really have a whole lot of solutions here. It's going to be
that may be a zoning issue also. So I don't want to give him any recommendations or options. What we're here about today is, as you correctly pointed out, is a violation of the code section that says that you cannot park a vehicle on the grass, period, end of story. And I find that violation still exists. And having previously adjudicated this case with an abatement date of 11/10/2020, I am going to have to ratify the fines because I find that the violations are still there. And I don't want to give him any hope that he can ever even remedy the situation, because he may not be able to. There may be some zoning issues. There may be some occupancy issues. So this has been around a while. When did we adjudicate this case?
It was previously adjudicated on November 10th of 2020.
Okay, that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, of course, you know, now because of the COVID, we had to postpone them, but since March 8th.
Since March 8th. So I'd like the interpreter to explain to him that we're not here to rejiggle, reconfigure his parking needs. We're just here to tell him that he can't park on the grass, period.
Alors, interprète là explique lui que nous pas là aujourd'hui pour nous rebrasser conversation ou bien pour nous reconfigurer qui ça li gen pour faire pour nécessité de parking li, nous seulement là pour conseiller lui que li pas gen droit parquer sous gazon.
Et si c'est celle machine machine gris, il y a pas de lui-même seulement, ou ça c'est tout gazon devant eux.
Is it just the gray car that is parked out front that they are referring to? Is it all the cars that are parked on the grass?
It's the gray pickup truck right now, because the other cars on several occasions when I went by, I see that those cars are no longer, from what I see during the daytime, are not parked on the front lawn. The only concern now is the pickup truck needs to be removed from the front lawn. And then the violation will be cured. However, if the vehicle's repeated after the fact goes back on the front lawns, then we're gonna be right back where we started at, and you know, the fines may be even heftier for you. So, in other words, you know, please don't play cat and mouse, because you can call me tomorrow. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Pour qu'on y a seulement machine grise qui devant, parce que l'autre machine yo l'aime passer la journée, moi yo pas même genre. Pour qu'on y a ce problème.
Il y a le travail, parce que tout le monde a le travail le matin et l'après-midi, et ça fait pas jour. Si c'est pour machine grise, ok, ma pour gens pour m'ouvrir, pas de problème avec ça. Mais l'autre, j'en veux pour me passer dans l'autre direction ouvrière, pas capable, l'autre machine pas capable de me dire le conseil, parce qu'il y a assez de place.
Because everyone goes to work, they are away from the property during the day and the evening. So if it's a matter of the gray car, I can move it and figure out a way to park it. But in regards to the other cars, facing them in that direction, I'm unable to. There's barely any space for one car to park behind the other. So I cannot apply that. But in regards to the gray car, I can just move them.
I want to make sure. Sorry, I want to make sure that we're clear here, because I sense there's a little bit of confusion. But the cars cannot be parked on the grass, whether it's daytime or nighttime. The officer made of daytime.
Parce qu'il y a une petite confusion. Machine yo pas capable parquer sous gazon ni la journée ni la nuit. C'est pas une affaire de la journée ou bien la nuit. Yo pas capable parquer sous gazon ni la journée ni la nuit.
Ça veut dire que c'est plus important pour le monde qui travaille pour le pays, mais ça a profité et de graisse là.
So what is most important is for people to go to work during the day and earn the money to pay the bills, but what they're focused on is on the grass.
Just move the pickup truck, please, and give me a call to re-inspect it, and we'll go from there. But,
alors, s'il vous plaît, on y retire camionnette grise, et puis bon mon coup de fil le lendemain pour nous résoudre le problème ça, et puis le lendemain n'a pas avancé à partir de là. Alors, pour qu'on y a, s'il vous plaît, retirez camionnette grise.
Ok. Est-ce qu'il nous a mis ce qui se passe devant? Est-ce qu'il nous a mis là?
Okay. I will do so, but if you can tell me, you see that little space in the front? If I can move it there, ask them if I can move it to that little space there that you see.
What little space? The approach with the concrete or the dirt spot by the pole?
Qui zone va parler? La zone terre qui devant poteau?
Oui.
Yes, that area in front of the post.
In order to park in the public right-of-way, the vehicle, I believe, this will only accommodate cars, and they have to be in the direction of the flow of traffic.
Alors, pour légalement, parquer là une zone de droit de passage, m'kwe ti espace ça capable accommoder deux machines, mais c'est pour yo bay face en même direction avec route de circulation. My goodness, what an issue. Okay.
Ok, est-ce que, regardez, est-ce que vous connaissez la machine rouge là, est-ce que vous avez machine son cahier dans le de la casa, c'est de vous aider. Et est-ce que vous avez des machines en dehors, côté, ouais, machine rouge là, est-ce que vous avez entre machines en dehors?
Okay, I'll ask them the following. If I can put the car, see that area where the red car is, if I can park the car there, but then, that might be another issue. But if I can stick the car in that pathway, you see where the red car is, if I can place the car in there.
If it fits, I suppose.
Approach. As long as you're not blocking the right of way. If I don't know if there's a Wayne, you can probably go out and meet with him and identify where and how he can park. Special magistrate, but for the intents and purposes of this case, I don't know if, it sounds like he needs someone to go out and specifically advise where and how, he can park. We're happy to do that, but.
Yeah, that'll make it on me. Because I just think he doesn't understand, and somebody needs to actually point out to him what is and what is not permitted.
Pourquoi c'est pas comprendre les
non, notre bon, nous pas de place, de l'autre machine, même madame, même bon, côté votre pas de mon place. Les gens qui vont me battre, ils ne passent pas. Je ne vais pas faire une minute, je ne vais pas passer de l'autre côté, vraiment, c'est suite là.
I don't just speak Creole, but I do understand everything he's saying. It's not a matter of the language. What he's saying is, I have a car, I go to work. Other people come in and out, they go to work. My wife has her own car, she goes to work. But what he's saying, or what they're saying in terms of parking, facing the path of the traffic and everything else they're saying is just not possible. It's impossible. If I will do everything possible to remove that truck, but other than that, as they're explaining it, I'm just gonna have to remain outside the house. I'm gonna have to sleep on the street. You can tell them that. If I go to,
we're trying to help you. We're trying to accommodate you and tell you what's allowed and what's not allowed. And unfortunately, we cannot make exceptions, and you may just have too many cars in that house, or you may need to have other people in your house park somewhere else. So I'm going to give you one shot by having the code officer go out and meet with you, and it's not funny, okay? It's a serious issue. That's our job here is basically to enforce the code. And we're going to give you an opportunity to meet with the code officer so he can explain to you where and where you cannot park. And if you still are not in compliance, the next time that this case comes before me, I'm going to set heavy fines. Because you've already been warned, you've already been told at least twice that you can't park vehicles on the grass.
Alors, nous là pour aider ou, c'est n'a pas essayé expliquer ou qui ça est capable de faire, qui ça est pas capable de faire. Alors, n'a pas essayé aider ou en termes que n'a fait officier à l'autre bord pour aider ou déterminer qui ça est capable de faire, qui ça est pas capable de faire. C'est pas une parole comique, c'est pas blague n'a pas, c'est pas sérieux parce que m'a bon une opportunité pour capable accommoder n'a voyé officier à l'autre bord pour capable conseiller qui ça est capable de faire. Mais ça fait 2 fois déjà nous parlons de ça. Alors, prochaine fois, si le problème n'est pas résolu, je suis obligé de mettre amende très ferme et sévère parce que ça fait 2e fois que nous parlons de sujet. Alors, nous avons envoyé officier pour l'aider et puis pour capable accommoder et lui expliquer qui sont capables de faire, qui sont pas capables de faire pour le problème de résoudre pour pas obliger de tourner devant.
Okay, and that's it. There's no more back and forth. We're gonna have the officer contact you, make an appointment, visit you, and he will discuss what the parameters are.
Alors, pas gen va et vient encore discussion, n'a fait officiel relé ou, la communiquer avec vous pour prendre
We're
rendez-vous,
gonna basically table
la
it for a month.
vin ouais ou, comme nous
We're
avons
gonna
ce
ta-
problème.
We're gonna table it for a month. When it comes back, you better be in compliance, otherwise you're gonna be hit with a lot of heavy fines, okay? We're gonna
Alors,
wait.
n'a pas pensionné pour un mois, et si vous tournez là un mois, il va résoudre, n'a pas frappé avec un pile amende sévère. Parce que à ce moment, c'est pour conformer avec le règlement.
Monsieur, moi, comme ça. Si je parle ici, ça veut dire pour mauvais, je ne vais pas mobiliser lui. Je ne comprends pas.
We're done.
Je manger dans le thème. Si je mobilise lui, je ne vais pas mauvais, si mauvais, ça mauvais après le thème. Là, je ne comprends pas.
Explain that. What can I do?
Sérieusement, et je ne pas du côté combattre.
I cannot help you. I'm done. I'm done. It's over. It's over.
Fini. Interpreter speaking, I did not hear that last statement.
I said we're done.
No fini.
There you go.
We're done. Next case.
The next case on the agenda is EV Properties Group LLC, case number CEB MP 2020-00001. This case was previously adjudicated. The abatement date was May 13th of 2020. The fine set was $250. The property address is 805 Northeast 134th Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Case number.
26, EV Properties.
Anybody here on behalf of the property owner?
Yes, sir. Would you just click to unmute, please? Would you, I just need you to unmute. Where's the code officer? I'm sorry, he can unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, I am on behalf of the owner. I'm actually the owner.
Okay, Pilar, can you swear him in, please?
Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, you were found guilty on February 25 of 2020 with an abatement date of May 13, 2020, $250 fine because you need an after-the-fact permit from the building department for the windows that were placed without first obtaining a permit. Are you now in compliance or not?
Correct, Your Honor.
You're not in compliance?
We've been applying for the permit, after the fact permit, and we've been doing that before. We already had a hearing on September, I believe, the 28th or the 29th.
All right, I'm gonna hear from the code officer first, and then I'm gonna come back to you and figure out what we're gonna do.
Good afternoon, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 805 Northeast 134th Street was cited to obtain an after-the-fact permit. Like the magistrate stated, we were here before. I did notice that in the Eden records that the permit was denied and it was missing some information. They emailed the property owner, but since then, there's been no change. So I don't know if the property owner has reached out to the building department and supplied the missing information in order for them to do this permit.
Yeah, so he doesn't have a permit as of right now. Okay.
He applied, but it was denied because he's missing some information.
Okay, so what's the problem with the building department? What information are they missing?
We've been requested for interior layout, which has been delivered to the city, And in the morning, they also asked additional information, which was an elevation certificate and an anchoring schedule, which they're being delivered, drop off this morning.
I didn't get it.
He said that he had to submit a floor plan and elevation.
Okay, you needed a floor plan and an elevation certificate
Yes, we did.
for windows?
Windows and doors.
Okay, why did you wait till now to do that?
The problem is that unfortunately I was overseas in Europe. We also got cut off from COVID. And we had an architect over here, which is an older guy, and it took a little bit longer to get a hold of him in order to actually fulfill all this information. We've been trying very hard, and now we finally succeed to do this one. I believe that very shortly we should be able to actually pull up a permit if we deliver these other information.
So the windows are in,
Done. All they need is the permit.
and all you need is to have the inspector go out to make sure that they were installed correctly.
Actually, we do need to pull the permit. So with this information we deliver, which was the elevation and the anchoring schedule, I believe we should be able to actually pull the permit, and then we're gonna call for the inspection.
What's the last thing that you show on the building permit application?
Was that they were missing the same information he
Just that.
said? I guess they resubmitted it, but as of the 4th, it was denied again. So it said for the same thing, to submit comment number 2 and 3, which was to provide the elevation and highlight the design load capacity on table.
Okay, you understand what the code officer just stated?
I would better hear you. I know that the word denied it, that's the only thing that I heard. The word denied it.
The building department is insisting on some floor plan or elevation certificate or something else which has not yet been submitted. How much time to submit that?
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's breaking off. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, I want to make sure that you understand what we're saying. How much time do you need to comply so that you can get your building permit and the inspection carried out?
Like I said, Your Honor, the elevation and the anchoring schedule has been dropped off this morning, 2 hours, 3 hours ago. So we assume, I don't know, maybe a week to do the permit, and then whatever time it takes.
Okay, well, if it was done correctly, it should pass quickly, but if it was not done according to the code, then you're gonna have a problem. When you deal with windows, sometimes you have issues that the code is, the building official is very concerned about. So I don't know what you did, and the building official doesn't know what you did, but they need to approve it and they need to inspect it.
I'm perfectly agree with you, sir. Like I said, the paperwork has been dropped off this morning. We also planning to put the shutters on. In the permit, there's also shutters on the windows. However, like I said, this morning all the paperwork has been submitted. If they need any further information, we're gonna check the comments on the website and eventually do if they need anything else.
Why didn't you put up impact windows? Why do you need shutters?
Because there were not impact windows, so that's why we put shutters.
Well, that's gonna be a problem for you if they're not impact windows. Because under the existing code, they have to be impact windows. They have to be impact resistant.
No shutters, because our permit is a permit for shutters.
All right, I'm gonna table this for 30 days. Or until my next meeting.
I believe that next week we should have the comment.
I'm not gonna be here next week. I'm gonna be here on February 11th. So if you're not in compliance by February 11th, I'm gonna fine you. Okay?
No, we're here to comply. We're not here to not comply. We're trying.
Yeah, but you need to comply. You need to comply by February 11th. Otherwise, I'm gonna fine you.
May I ask you something? And if they do need some additional information from us?
You need to call the building official. Okay? All right. We're done. Thank you. Have a good day. Next case.
Mr. Magistrate, would you go ahead and dismiss the interpreters?
If we have no further need for the interpreters, they're free to go.
Thank you.
The next case is Marlene and Jackie Alexandra.
Thank you.
Case number RCCOR 2018-00038. Previously adjudicated with an payment date of March 11th of 2020. The fine set is $250. The address is 410 Northeast 141 Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
Ladies, if you can go ahead and get situated, and the clerk will swear you in.
Mary Alexander, 410 Northeast 141 Street.
Laura, can you swear in, please?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Your name again, ma'am? What is your name?
Mary Alexander.
Okay. Are you aware that you were adjudicated guilty and required to repair the or come into compliance by 11th? That was several months ago for a reoccupancy certificate. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we came the last time, and it was a problem with it being a duplex. So we did call FCL and they eliminated the meter, because when we bought it, it was with 2 meters. So they eliminated the meter, the wall is open, there's a door, so it's a one house now.
All right, you answered the question, but you went on to discuss an issue that we're going to get into in a minute. I remember the case from last time, but I'm going to let the officer explain it again for the record, and he's going to tell me what he's found, whether you're in compliance or not in compliance, because as I recall, you had created a duplex out of a house.
Well, it's more than that. Let me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick, City of North Miami Building Department, and that's why I put in the denied REAC on for the record. Reason why I didn't pass the inspection on June 12, 2018 was because there was a rear addition and the kitchen and bathroom was remodeled and an electrical panel was upgraded. So that's the reason why I did not pass the reoccupancy inspection. So basically, she needed a permit for the rear addition and the kitchen and bathroom that was remodeled and the electrical panel that was upgraded. And she did apply for a permit. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, when we went to the CT, they asked...
Wait. I haven't recognized you yet, ma'am. Please. He's in the middle of testifying.
I think I put it in there. But she did apply for a permit, but the permit has not been approved or issued. So basically, the violation is for the rear addition that was constructed without a permit, the kitchen and bathroom that was remodeled, and the electrical panel that was upgraded without a permit. So that's the reason why I didn't pass the reoccupancy certificate.
Okay, but are they still a duplex, or are they now a single-family residence?
Well, what didn't deny it because of the duplex. It have two separate entrances in the front, but that's not the reason why it was denied. It was denied because of the addition in the rear and the kitchen and bathroom remodeled and the electrical panel upgrade, and that's why I had it in the files, so you see exactly what it was.
Okay.
I was trying to go off memory the last time, so I went back in the file and pulled it up.
So what do they need to do now?
Put a permit for the rear addition and the kitchen and bathroom that was remodeled and the electrical panel.
Have they applied?
They did apply for it, but it's still, it hasn't been approved or issued.
And what's holding up the approval?
I didn't check in details, but
Okay.
she should know. She should know.
Is
how to
it,
give
I
us
have
update
the
on that.
record on the screen, Gary.
All right, ma'am, tell me where we are in the building process. Why don't you have a building permit yet?
We went to the building to get the permit because we already did the blueprint for them to pull the permit. But there was no party, they were closed. So this time when we came the last time, the problem was the duplex. So that's what we took care of the last time we came.
Well, now you're being cited for doing construction without a permit.
We didn't do construction.
You've done construction without a permit. The code officer explained that there were additions made to the house.
Okay. When the inspector came, it was an inspection before we even bought the house. So it's not us who did it, but we went anyway and did a blueprint so we can get the permit. When we went, they were closed, they didn't open. And now when we came the last time, a month ago, the problem was the duplex. So we called FTL to eliminate the meter that they put, not us, and to open the door so it would be one house. So that the last time, that was what the problem was.
Yeah, well, we're dealing with a different problem today.
Well, actually, that was the problem from the beginning. The property owner is fully aware of what the violation was. Because when I did the inspection, when she was purchasing a home, it did not pass the inspection. The inspection was denied, which basically a copy was handed to whoever met me at the property. So she went and applied for a permit. So she's fully aware of what the violation was. So she went and applied for a permit. She just haven't went through the process. So there is no confusion of what's going on. It was fully aware when she purchased the property, it was denied. And the reason why it was denied, she attempted to apply to get a permit by applying for the permit, but it just applied for it. It hasn't been approved or issued.
Working on this. Do you have a contractor working on getting the permits processed through the city?
Yes, we talked to someone because we weren't sure what it was. Now that Gary said it's the bathroom, and the kitchen. So now we will know because we didn't know what it was. It was like so broad. The main thing was the duplex. That's what we thought.
No. The denial.
We will work on what you just said.
She's a property owner, right?
Is that a yes? Is the lady on your right the property owner?
Yeah.
Okay, can she speak?
Yeah.
Okay, weren't you aware back in June 12, 2018, weren't you aware why it did not pass the occupancy certificate?
Oh, okay, June 12, 2018, when you do the inspection, I was not there. You do it by yourself, even though you not call nobody to do it. You do it. I was not there. And
okay, I got access to the inspection. My question is, they did not tell you the result of the inspection?
No.
So you need to contact the title company because it was denied.
No. And then I didn't know, that's why, and then when you sent me the paper and then the first article on the code, I told the dude, I didn't know if they always got a problem. And then that's you. If you know they always got a problem, you do the inspection, you not tell them they cannot make the closing. Why you know the problem and then you not tell them to make the closing?
They was told.
I didn't know.
It was denied, so you need to contact the title company. It was denied.
Well, whether she calls the title company or the lawyer or the bank or whoever, we have a situation, ma'am, right now where your house it lacks a certificate of reoccupancy because there is work that was done there without a permit. Period. End of story. That has to be fixed. If it's not fixed, you're going to be fined. Okay?
Now that you said 3 things, so we will work on the 3 things that you said.
What's your recommendation at this point? Ratify the fines?
Ratify the fine because the story keeps changing.
Okay. My ruling, based on all the evidence that I've heard at the prior meeting and at this meeting, is that the city's code enforcement officer and all the evidence presented shows that your property has now been out of compliance for at least since the abatement date of March, I'm sorry, the abatement date was
March 11th of 2020.
March 11th. You were adjudicated back in December of last year, actually, for the reoccupancy certificate. So I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 a day and assess costs in favor of the city. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. So every day that goes by that you're out of compliance, it's another $250, which eventually will become a lien on your property. So you better get going, okay? We're not putting up with any more nonsense, okay? You know what you need to do, just do it, okay? Thank you. Next case.
There are no more customers on Pulis or online, so we're just gonna call the cases.
Okay.
I'm going back to item number 4, which was the gentleman that signed into the web and never appeared.
Okay.
That case is for John F. Jelke. This is your case, Gary. It's for case number RCCOR 2019-00047. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th of 2020, and the fine set was $250. The property address is 1940 Northeast 118th Road. John F. Jelke.
Okay, Mr. Code Officer, has there been any compliance?
No, there's no compliance.
Okay, so you want me to ratify the fines?
Yes.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented, reflecting that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 per day. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
Thank you.
The next case is yours, Gary. The next case is 1525 Northeast 125 Street, Prestige Point. Case number MHVIO 2017-01304. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December the 8th. The fine set was $250. The property address is 13020 Northeast 6th Avenue. Gary Beswick is the officer.
And as of this morning, there's no compliance on the property, but I have a question. Remember we were supposed to change the name? This was one of the ones that the name was supposed to be changed. The address is correct, it's just the name.
You have to change it in Eden.
Okay.
What is the number on that case?
This is number 14.
I'm sorry, Gary, are you saying that we improperly cited?
No, it wasn't improperly cited. The address is correct, it's just the name. For some reason, because I printed the history of the property, for some reason, back in 2000, when it was. Back in 2017, for some reason, whenever they pull up this address, 1525 Northeast 125 Street, Prestige Point, Humber, because I print the history of the property, and there was other cases that was open for some reason with that name for that address. I don't know why.
Supposed to say, what does property records reflect?
No, property of it as one. It's not that name on the property appraisal.
Okay, Special Magistrate, can we table the case so that we can remedy and correct the issue in turn?
Yeah, apparently I did sign a final order here already. I saw that. This is for unpermitted work.
Yes, for the
and the issue is whether or not the right property owner was cited.
There appears that there's a discrepancy with the name that
Well, the same owner, just different property. Name, it's the same owner.
Okay, well, you need to
I'll
fix,
change it.
you
Yeah, I'll
need to
change
fix
it.
that, okay? All right, next.
The next case is Ariad Quesada Santos, case number MHBIO 2018-00372. Previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December the 8th, and the fine set was $250. The property address is 1215 Northeast 133rd Street. Gary Beswick is the officer.
There's no compliance.
All right, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, 2020, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 assessed cost in favor of the city, and the fine shall continue on a daily basis until there's compliance.
The next case is BCBG LLC. This property has two cases. The first case is CEZCU 2020-00026, property address 14135 Northwest 7th Avenue for Wayne Clark. The second case number is CEZCU 2020-00031.
All right, we're going to hear the first one. The first one is the clothing company, right? That is
To obtain
only
a certificate of use for the clothing business.
certificate of use for the clothing business. Okay. Has there been, first identify yourself and tell me whether or not there's compliance.
Wayne Clark City, North Miami Code Compliance. Far as I know, it hasn't, but somehow I got a phone call this morning, about 8:30. A guy called me and I asked who he was, and he said that he was at this location now. And I'm like, what do you mean you're at this location? He said, well, I occupy that space now because this case this business is in a flea market. So, you know, you have several booths, what they call booths. And the guy told me that he's occupied the booth for like a little over a month now. And that business there is gone. So I don't know how true that is, but I don't see nothing on file for it. And it, you know, it very well may be true because you know, nobody just calls you out the blue and tell you that. And he said that he has a license registered with the city. He got his licensure with the city, Sunbiz. The business, his business was, I forgot the name of his business, but in any event, it's Dope Clothing is his business, DOPE, Dope Clothing Corporation.
Does he have a certificate of use?
Yeah, he said he has all that with the city registered and everything, so either we can go, you know.
Well, if BCBG is no longer there.
No, BCBG is the owner of the building itself.
Okay.
The whole property.
All right. So what you're telling me is that whatever business was operating at that booth, which was a clothing business, if that business is no longer there, they don't need a certificate of use, and therefore that matter can be dismissed.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you got a new business, that new business that took over then has to have a certificate of use.
Yeah, he assured me that he has all the documentation and everything, and that it must have been.
And it's the same location.
Right. Okay. The address is one thing, and inside that building,
right,
you have separate
Yeah, but you had cited one of those booths.
Right, 26, and he said that he was in 26.
Okay, so if that's the case, then I'm gonna dismiss the case against the clothing store that was there previously.
Correct.
Because they don't need a certificate of use if they're not doing business. And similarly with the following case, Creative Control Booth number 12, is that the same business or is that a different business?
That's a different business inside the flea market. They have about 20-something booths in there. Of course, since the pandemic, a lot of those businesses are gone. And we did a sweep a while back for the certificate of use and the failure the certificate of use and business tax receipt. And there's quite a few businesses in there without the proper licensure for the city.
Is this one of them?
This is one of them. However, in the documentation proof, when I did my research with the city, they did apply. Do have that attached. They did apply. They did get approval of the zoning manager. However, they were supposed to get some more additional inspections before, excuse me, the process was completed and the license was issued back in March 2020. A couple of days after I cited them, and they never came back to finish their business with the city and get their licensure issued to them. So right now they're in limbo. They don't have a license, and I was told by the building manager that they're still there.
They're still there, okay. So I'm going to order an adjudication based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation for a certificate of use still exists and proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
Thank you, sir.
The next case is BSD 18 LLC, case number FYBRR 2019-00095, previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th of 2020. Fine set $250. Property address 13130 West Dixie Highway. Gary Beswick is the officer.
What's the number? I think I'm done.
You're done? You have a great day. Great week.
Have a good holiday.
You as well. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building and Zoning. The property is not in compliance.
Let me ask you about, obviously we have someone here that's already been adjudicated. I'm going to ratify the fines. Is the next step going before the Unsafe Structures Board and getting the property declared an unsafe structure?
Well, that would be the next step, but it never happened. Not since I've been doing it.
Okay.
The liens just go on the property.
Do we know what's keeping them from getting the recertification?
No.
Okay. All right. This is the same property that had the those other booths, right?
No. This is 131.
Oh, I'm sorry. It starts with a B and then an S, so it's a different LLC. I get it. Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and other evidence that have been previously presented, showing that the property is out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, I hereby ratify the fines approved to date in the amount of $250, and the fines shall continue to accrue on a daily basis until there is compliance.
Thank you.
The next case is Chris Mean v. Case number CEWWC 2020-00025. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th. Fine set was $250. The property address is 1151 Northeast 139th Street.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Ms. Jane Lewis.
Yes, Code Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis, the property 1151 Northeast 139th Street was cited for the roof. It was previously adjudicated, and as of the final reinspection date, there's still no compliance.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented reflecting that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 and assess costs in favor of the city. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Thank you.
Stay there, Karen. We got 3 cases. The next case is Edith Clairvaux, case number CEODS 2020-00039, property address 911 Northeast 140 Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 911 Northeast 140 was cited for outdoor storage. It was a lot of work trying to get in touch with the property owner, even after posting the property, but I was finally able to get in touch with them. So I'm asking if we can possibly table this case because the amount of stuff that's in the rear, it's gonna take them a while to actually clear it.
You mean
it's outdoor storage.
The garbage sitting outside? Sorry, can you give me the name of the case number?
Number 23, Edith Clairvaux. The pictures we saw last time is actually more.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Special Magistrate, I would ask that you would consider the officer's request to give more time. However, I'm sorry, did we already adjudicate this case? Because if not, I would ask that we would enter the adjudication and just give a little extra time.
No, it's not previously adjudicated.
Yeah, I don't even find it in my list, but I don't remember. I remember seeing photographs though. Edith Clairvaux.
It should be under E.
What number is it? I'm sorry?
23.
Okay, I can show you the, oh, there's no attachments.
Oh, I found it. Outdoor storage. Okay, yeah, I found it. If the court officer is telling me that the owner is in good faith trying to remove the materials, I will table it until the next hearing, but please explain to the property owner that there will be no further continuance. I believe I remember seeing photographs in the agenda. Do you happen to have the file in front of you?
I have photos here. Hold on just a minute.
Has Crystal to show the photos?
Crystal, can you show?
Share?
Yeah.
Can't hear you.
There's no attachments from what I can see.
No?
I have
Okay.
some. Hold on just a moment.
Maybe a different case I saw.
Do I have permission to share? No, I don't have permission to share.
Okay. In any event, we'll table it until the next meeting.
Okay.
Next one.
The next case, the next 2 cases are for the same property, Ellie Investments. The first case is CEFLR 2020-00029. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 10th of 2020 with a fine set of $250. The property address is 13222 West Dixie Highway. The second case is the CEZCU 2020-00049. Same abatement date and fine.
Is it the same business?
Yes.
Good
Okay, go ahead.
afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. As of the final reinspection date, the property is still not in compliance. They have not renewed the business tax receipt, which is for violation CEFLR 2020-00029, nor have they renewed the certificate of use CEZCU 2020-00049.
Okay, on the case ending in 00029.
Yes.
Based on the testimony of the code compliance officer and the evidence presented that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of November 10th. Abatement date of November 10th. I find in favor of the city, and I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. Said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. On case number ending in 00049, I similarly find in favor of the city based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer. I also ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 per day and assess costs. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Next.
The next case is for Shanna Sanders, case Ferrer Carpentier. Case number CEFOB 2020-00032, property address 13202 West Dixie Highway. This is the second case for the same property with the case number CEZCU 2020-00065.
Let's hear the business tax receipt.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for property address 13202 West Dixie Highway for the business Top Haitian Restaurant. I first inspected this property back on August 31st, 2020, whereas I was inspecting for another business that I thought was going to be open, but upon inspection, noticed that this business was open. Checked the computer, noticed that they didn't have a business tax receipt. So again, I cited them and asked them to visit the city to obtain the proper documents. As of last week, Tuesday, no business tax receipt has been obtained from the city, nor has any applications been submitted.
This is a restaurant?
This is a restaurant, yes.
They're operating.
They are fully operational.
And they know that they have to get a business tax receipt.
Yes, I met at the business. I spoke to the business owner as well as the property owner, and they are fully aware of this violation and what needs to be done.
And Ferrari Charpentier is the property owner or the business owner?
He's the property owner. Top Haitian is the restaurant there.
Okay.
I'm not sure the name of the name of the business owner, but I know the name of the business.
Well, it's always better to get the owner involved because he has the means and ability to get the tenant to comply.
He's aware. He met me at the property.
Okay.
Him and the business owner met me there.
All right. So based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
And for the second case, the CEZCU
For the
2020-00065.
second case, I want to hear from the code officer as well.
Shanna.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, inspecting property 13202 West Dixie Highway, name of business, Top Haitian Restaurant, for failure to obtain their certificate of use. Again, this business was cited on the same day, August 31st, 2020, whereas I was inspecting businesses without that were out of compliance for not having their certificate of use. Upon inspection, made contact with the property owner as well as the business owners as well as the property owner. They were fully brought up to speed as to what needed to be done and what they were out of compliance with. As of last week, Tuesday, no certificate of use application has been submitted to the city, nor has any certificates been obtained or secured.
Okay. Based on unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
The next case is Gargar LLC, Case number RCCOR 2019-00039, Gary Beswick is the officer. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th. The fine set was $250. The property address was 12450 Northwest 13th Avenue. Item 29, Gary.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. There's no compliance on the property.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented that the property is out of compliance and has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, 2020, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. Said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
The next case is Gary and Marie Antoine LaFay. Case number CEFAW 2020-00040. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. The property address is 932 Northeast 146th Street.
This is about a wooden fence.
Yes.
There's no appearance of the property owner?
No.
Nothing, okay?
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The property 932 Northeast 146th Street was cited to repair the damaged wooden fence in the rear. And as of the final reinspection date, the fence still remains in disrepair and there's been no contact from the property owner.
Okay, I did manage to see the photographs on the agenda. I'd like you to put up a couple of those photographs because from what I saw, it's horrendous and probably a life safety issue. So can you put up the photographs?
Which item was it on the agenda? I'm sorry.
30. That's the fence.
I saw other photographs that are probably worse than that. Is that the only one?
No, she might have to go back because there's
Yeah,
two more.
I saw a couple of
Yeah.
photographs that were even worse than that one. Okay. Any more?
There's another one.
All right, that's a better view. And have you had a communication with the owner?
Nope.
Nothing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation for the fence still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 10 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
The next case is Giovanni Torres, case number CERCV 2020-00039. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th. The fine set was $500. Property address 1125 Northeast 135th Street. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. As of the final reinspection date, the property is still not in compliance. The RV remains stored on the property.
This is the RV that was stored on the side of the property,
Correct.
a large RV that, and there's a fence in front of it?
Correct.
Okay, I remember that from last time. The owner hasn't responded to any? Okay. So, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented, and finding that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, I hereby find in favor of the city, and I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $500 and assess costs in favor of the city. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
The next case, Hickory 12685 LLC, was previously postponed for 1 month, so I just want to read it into the record. The case number CELDR 2020-00006. The next item on calendar is Nell Callwood. She has 2 cases. Case number CEFLR 2020-00018, previously adjudicated with an abatement date of November 10th of 2020. The fine set was $250. Property address 1105 Northeast 134th Street. And the companion case is CEZCU 2020-00037 with the same adjudication.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. The case ending in 00018 as of the final reinspection date still remains in non-compliance. There still hasn't been any contact from the property owner, and there's no business tax receipt on file for that property.
Okay, I noted in the file that this is an ALF.
Correct.
Have we determined whether or not they are licensed with anyone?
Yes, they're licensed with the state. I did check the DBPR records.
Right.
They have up-to-date licensure with them, but they didn't follow through with the city.
Okay, I would suggest that perhaps when I order in this and the next case that perhaps you want to send that order to the state so that they understand that the ALF does not have city approvals, and they don't have certificate of use or a business tax receipt. Okay. Maybe the state will put some pressure on the operator.
Okay.
So based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the evidence presented, and finding that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of 11/18/20, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. On the second case is the certificate of use, correct? Same thing.
Correct.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented showing that the property is still out of compliance since the abatement date of 11/20/20, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. Said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
The next case on the agenda is Ingrid Valera, case number MHBIO 2019-00384, property address 1180 Northeast 133rd Street. Gary Beswick is the officer. It was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th, and the fine set was $1,000.
Why did I impose such a high fine, or was I the one that imposed the fine?
For which one?
Ingrid Valera.
So repeat violator.
What was the violation?
Alteration or renovation of the front porch and patio in progress without a permit, which was done.
Okay. Can you refresh my recollection? Can you show me a couple of photographs?
Yeah, I'm going to it. Okay. That's when it started. Actually, another one is completed, and that's its completion.
Did they appear at the time that I cited them in the first place?
No.
Okay. And you haven't heard from them at all?
No, not at all.
Good service, you've notified them,
Posted the
property?
Yeah.
Okay. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the other evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since December the 8th, 2020. I find in favor of the city, and I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $1,000 and assess costs in favor of the city. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
The next case is Jennifer Rebecca Teal, case number CEFAW 2020-00035. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. The property is 12790 Northeast 12th Avenue. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th of 2020. The fine set was $250.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. As of the final reinspection date, the property is still not in compliance.
When was that last reinspection?
The 8th,
Okay,
December 8th,
that was the
2020.
abatement date.
Correct.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code enforcement officer, the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, 2020, I find in favor of the city and hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
The next case is Marie Cordone, case number FYBRR 2019-00024. Gary Beswick is the officer. The property address is 685 Northeast 126th Street. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December the 8th, and the fine set was $250. Item 38.
This is a 40-year recertification.
Yeah, good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property is not in compliance.
Any conversations with the property owner?
Nope.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of December the 8th, 2020, I hereby find in favor of the city and ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. Said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
Thank you.
The next case is for Gary Beswick, Palm Bay Apartments, case number FYBRR 2019-00090, property address 666 Northeast 122 Street.
Comply.
Go ahead.
Comply.
They complied? Okay, case dismissed.
The next 4 cases are for property, real estate investment. Karen Jean Lewis is the officer. The property address is 13776 Northeast 11th Avenue. All cases were previously adjudicated with the abatement date of November 10th. The fine set for all 4 cases was $250. The case numbers are CEFLR 2020-00021, CEFOB 2020-00030, CEZCU 2020-00040, and CEZCU 2020-00052.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Karen Jean Lewis. As of the final reinspection date, the violations listed still remain in non-compliance.
When was that last visit?
On the abatement day.
Okay.
Which is November the 10th, 2020.
Yeah, not a visit, but you checked to make sure that they had or didn't have the business tax
Correct, in the
BPR.
system.
Okay. You know what kind of business this is?
One of them is a hair salon, J&M Hair Clinic. That's for.
Okay, I see it.
Okay, and then the other one, it appears to be a restaurant. I'm not sure what they're doing.
Okay, let me deal with the one that ends in 00021.
Okay.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented reflecting that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of November 10th, 2020, I find in favor of the city and ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 per day and assess costs in favor of the city. The said fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. On the second case, similarly, no business tax receipt, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, based on the testimony and the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and other evidence, not photographs, there's no photographs, but the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of November 10th, 2020. I find in favor of the city and ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 and assess costs in favor of the city. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
There's 2 more cases,
Okay.
40 and 52 that I read into record for the same property real estate investments.
property real estate investment, okay?
44 and 45.
Okay, the one that ends in 0040 is for a certificate of use for the hair salon, correct? All right, and that was previously adjudicated on November 10th. Fine set at $250. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of November 10th, 2020, I find in favor of the city, and I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 and assess costs in favor of the city. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Case number 2020-00052, based on the, and that's a certificate of use violation, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since November 10th, 2020. I find in favor of the city, and I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250 and assess costs in favor of the city. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
The next property has 4 cases for Somei Farias. The first case is CELSC 2020-00004, property address 13080 Coronado Terrace. Shanna Sanders is the officer. The other case numbers is CEMHE 2020-00006, CEWWC 2020-00042, and CEWWC 2020-00043.
We'll hear the one that ends in a 4 first. And that is about trees in the rear of the property that are overgrown. And if you have pictures, that would be great.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case for property address 13080 Coronado Terrace for failure to maintain the landscaping of the property. This was brought to my attention by the neighbor who sent in pictures and stated that the neighbor had an oak tree that was causing his pavers to break up and crack up in the rear of his property. I inspected the property on Friday, the 11th, was not able to observe any cracks in the pavement, or I was not able to visibly see any roots that were growing up into his property. I was hoping, per my conversation with him and his conversation with our director, that he would log on to the meeting today. But
you mean the neighbor?
The neighbor, yes. I spoke with the neighbor on last week sometime. I don't remember which day. I believe it was Monday. He then, in return, we made an appointment for me to come out on Friday to do an inspection, because the area that he's complaining about is in the rear of the property. Just to give you a little history, the house is vacant. I spoke to the property owner about a year ago about different violations that's been going on at the house. It is in need of repair, which other violations are referenced to. She's planning to demolish it, but doesn't have a demolition permit or anything on file. So I wanted to at least, push it forward with at least some of the cases. But for the landscaping, it's in the rear, so I couldn't see what was going on aside from the pictures that he showed me. So again, we set up an appointment for me to visit his property and see what I could see from his. I do have, this is what he sent photos of, stating that the neighbor's oak tree is causing to the rear of his house. Upon my inspection, the pavers have already been placed back down.
Special Magistrate, if I can intervene, sorry. I did speak with the property owner. I actually took the initial complaint, and I think what the officer is I'm hoping what she's trying to convey is that, as you can see in this photo, the gentleman was installing a driveway, and these are the pictures that were taken showing the roots before the pavers were installed. When she went to the property the other day, the project was complete. However, the complaint still remains that the property, that the tree is overgrowing and it's coming into his, I guess it's growing so much so that it's interrupting his property. And although he has gone ahead and installed his pavers, he wanted to show what the concerns are. Now, he did advise me that he would be able to give testimony on today. I don't know that he was able to log into the meeting, but I do want to, indicate that I don't know that we have any pictures. I don't see any here of the property in question, but nobody's living in the property. It is vacant. There is no default. However, it is not being properly kept. And so the neighbor is extremely frustrated and concerned as it pertains to just the overall maintenance of the property.
Well, I can definitely appreciate the neighbor's concerns if the neighbor is trying to upgrade his property and he's got a nuisance property next door that's abandoned. And I see clearly the roots of the tree intruding into the property. However, if the neighbor has already removed those roots and was able to place the tiles over the grade, then isn't that violation then cured? Or
nothing was removed. I believe what I understand. Shanna, are there any pictures of the tree?
The pictures, yes, there are pictures of the tree.
Okay, because I've seen this before, and usually sometimes these things actually get into litigation, and the city attorney can weigh in on this. Is the abandoned property owner able to come into the neighbor's property to remove those roots that are intruding into the neighbor's property? I thought that anything past the boundary was the responsibility of the other property, not the violator. Madam City Attorney, what's the liability of the vacant property for root intrusions into the neighbor? I can't hear you. No, can't hear you. You're muted. Jennifer, we can't hear you.
Well, while she's seeking to unmute, Jen, I think she had to probably sign out, sir, but I believe the property owner did state that he cleaned up his side. The violation still exists on the property, on the neighbor's side, though. And those are the pictures that I was attempting to try to show, that the violation and the cleanup on the lot next to him is what the concern is.
Oh, I have no doubt that there are violations for other things within the property. I believe I've seen the pictures, but just on the issue of the roots that are in the other property, is there a violation for that, since the property owner next door, the vacant property, cannot possibly come into the neighbor's house to remove those roots from interfering and interfering in the setting of those tiles? You follow what I'm saying, Jennifer?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Okay. No, I concur with you, Your Honor. I believe that each neighbor is responsible for what is on their property line. If it's a matter of access, which is in, they could certainly, obtain access to remove the roots if they needed to. But ultimately, if the violation is on that property owner's property, it is on that property owner to come into compliance.
Okay. So what do you want to do with the first violation involving the trees, and when you say overgrown trees, I assume that much of the overgrown trees are on the violator's side of the property, correct? Do you have pictures showing trees that are overgrown in the,
I'll be honest enough to say, when upon inspection, I do have photos of what the property looks like. She has trimmed back from what's growing over, as well as the complainant has trimmed the majority of it. So it's not severely overgrown. I mean, for some reason it's not coming up on there, but as you can see here, this is what the property looks like from the rear. It's been cut, cleaned. So this is what it's looking like from the back of the house.
Are those photos attached to the agenda?
Yes, I uploaded them yesterday. So they're on the agenda. This is what it looks like here.
Can you show me where so I can put them on record?
If you look, it's on the agenda. It's right up under where it says
Item number 46.
the affidavit of service. It says affidavit of service. It has the
Are we talking about item number 46?
And then there's photos right up under it.
Are we talking about item number 46?
It's the next, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all of those are the photos right up under it. Go back out.
if those violations have been cured
I can,
by
these three.
yeah, and if they've been cured, then do I have any way to cite the owner for something that even it may have been done by the other property owner, but if the violation has been cured, do I have the jurisdiction to fine the violator? If I'm not seeing if you went out there, you took pictures showing that everything has been cut and properly disposed of, what can I do?
And I'll be honest to say that was my question or concern. Go ahead, Crystal.
Is this the picture of the property?
Yes, it is. I don't know, it's showing, for some reason on your, so it's showing up upside down, but on mine it's showing right side up. But yes, that's the photos of the back. I went to the back of the property. Marine Patrol took me out on the waterways, and this is what I saw from his property and from what I saw from the waterways.
Does it show any violation?
You know, I would say from and that's why I wanted him to be here giving testimony. From what my conversation with him was, I didn't observe any violation. That's why I wanted him to speak on it. You know, there isn't an oak tree in the back, but I didn't see it as being overgrown. It wasn't causing damage to his property. Like you said, he's already cut what he needed to cut. And,
yeah.
You know, and as I explained to him, if the problem arises again, if they start back growing, you know, before you cut anything, you know, give me a call and let's see if we can address it. But right now, there was no violation upon my inspection.
Yeah, you didn't take the photograph in the first place, and the photograph of the roots, and I'm only talking about the landscaping. And you didn't actually witness a violation.
No.
So I'm going to have to dismiss the first one based on lack of evidence, and it can certainly be brought back in the event that we have the same situation come up again. And I understand the frustration of the neighbor, and I'm sure that what he depicted was the condition, but he essentially cured it by removing it. So let's look at the case ending with the number 6, which is much more concerning, which infested with rats, rodents, and snakes. That's not good. Did you actually see rats, rodents, and snakes, or is the owner the one that witnessed it?
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, again, property address 13080 Coronado Terrace. Again, for failure to maintain the property, keeping it, you know, exterminated, free of any vermin, any snakes, rats, iguanas, things of that nature. Upon inspection, I, again, did not observe any violations. The same pictures as we see here is what I see as a freshly cut yard. He states there are iguanas everywhere. I didn't see any iguanas, as you may see depicted in the pictures. Again, I asked, as well as Ms. Patterson asked, could he attend so that he can give testimony as to what he's seen that I'm not seeing. I've, visited the property on a couple of occasions, 3 or 4 actually, and have not observed.
Is this a waterfront property by any chance?
It is.
All right, so I can tell you from experience, I live on the water. You will have rats, rodents, snakes, and what else did you say?
You said iguanas.
Iguanas. Believe me, I've seen them every day, and you have to do the best you can. Certainly putting rat poison might help, but we have no witness here to support that.
Special Magistrate, if I may, yeah. I'm going to ask that, and as to not minimize the gentleman's complaint, he's very upset. I would ask that can we table these cases so that the officer can go back out to the property and address?
I don't mean to minimize the neighbor's concerns, because I also have similar concerns about my neighbor. But if it had been me making these complaints, I would have made an effort to be here and testify in support of this complaint.
Raise your hand. I don't know if this is the gentleman. Andrew Zidar, are you here on behalf of this case?
I am not. I was here for another case that we received notice of for our case San Souci Plaza that I did not see on the agenda. So I raised my hand. I don't know if that's going to be covered in old business or not.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to you. Thank you.
So what I will do with these 3 cases is I'm going to table them, and I do want to encourage the neighbor, if he has the wherewithal to appear before me, I will be more than happy to consider his concerns and rule accordingly, but he should have been here.
No, I agree. And I think that he was prepared to do so. I've spoken with him on a number of occasions. I'm not certain where perhaps there was some miscommunication on how to access the case or access the hearing today. But I'd appreciate if we can table the cases as to ensure he has the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely. And he can bring proof, pictures, and, oral testimony. I'll be happy to consider it.
Thank you.
All right, next case. Oh, the last one with ending in 4-2, that roof has a large hole. Are we going to hear that, or we want to table that? It's up to you.
That one I think is pretty solid. We could hear that. It looked pretty much like it looked when I.
Yeah, well, if you can, if you're able to prove that, I'm happy to hear it.
Yes, Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is make sure we're doing 4-2. This is a new case for property address 13080 Coronado Terrace. Again, I visibly inspected this property on September 14th, whereas I received a complaint from the neighbor about the conditions of the property. I inspected the property first via photos that were sent to me and observed that the roof had some damage and looked to be, that it had some holes that need to be repaired. About a week or 2 later, I went out on the boat, as well as the neighbor behind this property emailed me photos. So there is definitely damage to the roof that needs to be done. Standing from the front of the property, you can, almost see the ceiling that's, falling even from the sidewalk. You can see sunlight or something that's coming up. I went onto the waterways yesterday and inspected. I couldn't really see too good from the boat, but I can definitely see damage, as you see here, showing is holes throughout the roof. Fascia boards, a lot needs to be repaired.
Do you know who's been cutting the grass?
I don't know. When I went to the property, actually, there was a gentleman there. He identified himself as the cousin. I tried to have a conversation with him, but, he stated, I'm just here as a cousin. I'm picking up the mail. I just maintain the outside, speak to her about, any violations. I did call her and we spoke, over the telephone. And she, stated I would visit the property over the weekend, do what I need to do, things of that nature. But again, as of last Tuesday, and again, I went yesterday only because I had to go out on the waterways to see what I can see from the back. and the property was in the same condition, but I believe it was a gentleman who identified himself as the cousin.
Is there a pool on the house?
No, there is no pool. It looked like maybe it was something there at one time, but it looked like it was covered and now it's, fully grassed area in the back.
All right, on the roof, I will find in favor of the city based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the photographs and evidence presented showing that a violation exists and proper notice having been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
And then the last case, CEWWC 2020-00043 for the same property.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami, code compliance officer, again, property address 13080 Coronado Terrace. This one is for failure to secure the property, keeping it airtight, free from exposure. This again was brought to my attention the same day, September 14th, 2020, whereas I received an email complaint from the neighbor. I inspected the property within a day or two, did observe. Actually, I went the next day, September 15th, whereas I noticed the violation, took photos, mailed certified letters. I spoke to the property owner via telephone call. It seems as though maybe, there were squatters inside the property. They broke the rear windows of the property. This is what it looks like upon the initial inspection. Now she has covered the windows for which she thought she was bringing it into compliance, but they aren't covered completely. She had, I guess, the cousin put some boards up, but they aren't completely covering the windows.
Can you show that to me?
Yeah. I don't know. I apologize. I hope mine don't look like that. I don't know. It's coming up. Okay, see, mine is up. I don't know why it's coming that way, but this is the side of the property here. From the side. This is on the west side door. This is the rear of the property. As you see, she put boards up, but it doesn't fully cover the rear.
Yeah.
So,
and that's not even legal, is it?
No, she needs to properly cover, whereas it's fully covering the door, fully covering all of those windows. You see, they burst every window open in the back. So she has about maybe 6 to 8 windows on the rear and on the sides that all need to be properly covered.
I'm sure if you went back there right now, you probably would find another 5 or 10 violations for sundry of other things.
I went on the waterways yesterday with Marine Patrol, and this is what it looked like as of yesterday. And looks like this. I mean, yard cut and everything, but this is what at least the house looks like from the rear.
Okay. So as to what was the last number that
4-3.
4-3. Okay, as to 4-3, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violations exist and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. And this is as to the glass sliding doors and the windows and the wood panels that were put out over the sliding glass doors and windows. That's what that violation is about. So, are we done?
No, we have
Actually, Magistrate, I have a gentleman, Andrew Zadar. I'm not sure if he was the property owner. We heard the cases earlier by the woman that owned the nail shop, I believe it was, in RK Plaza. She was the business owner. However, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Zadar, are you the property owner?
Yeah, I'm the property owner. I had received notice about case number FYBRR 2018-0003 being on today's agenda for 9:30 hearing.
So, Ms. Special Magistrate, it appears we ratified the fines, but we didn't hear from the property owner, and he was on the call. The business owner was actually here with who gave testimony on that case.
All right, what was that?
No, I wasn't, I happen to just be on here. No, like I said, I had received, this is about a 40-year recertification that is due for our property for the
All
shopping
right,
center.
give me the number. Okay.
Okay, but that was Arcade
Yeah.
San Souci?
Yeah,
There's
can you hear me?
Yes, how you doing?
This is Gary Beswick from the business department. I did receive your letter back in September when you asked for the 90 days extension. So I tabled the case, so it was removed from the agenda because.
Oh, I did. We had received notice about it, the hearing being for.
Yeah,
it was removed.
In September, you asked for 90 days.
Correct.
So we'll actually take it in January, so I'll table the case.
Okay, so do you have a new compliance date for that I can, I don't know if you have it handy. If not, I can follow up with you.
No, well, actually, I tabled, so it haven't been heard, so it will go to the next year.
I didn't set any compliance date.
It's not on our agenda.
Okay, so we'll wait for further notice then?
Yeah, but you asked for 90 days, so please, what we need is the report.
Okay, yeah, we've already had the first inspection done by the engineer and we're correcting the deficiencies now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
So the next case is T-Mobile CEDCU 2020-00020, property address 13090 Northwest 7th Avenue. Shannon Sanders is the officer.
Shannon Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer, property address 13090 Northwest 7th Avenue for T-Mobile. This property was first brought to my attention by the Business Tax Receipt Office, whereas they were brought to my attention some of the businesses that were out of compliance without having their business tax receipt and certificate of use. Upon inspection, of course, they did not have the certificate of use. They thought that the business tax receipt was the certificate of use. I visited the property again in April, again in May. As of last week, Tuesday, the certificate of use still has not been obtained. I am showing proper service was given. The notice to appear was hand delivered to, it says a gentleman who identified himself as the business owner. But again, as of last week, when Tuesday, the certificate of use had not been renewed and or secured.
Strange. T-Mobile is not a fly-by-night company. Is there a building construction issue or other issues that are keeping the property owner from getting a certificate of use?
Not that I'm aware of. It seems as though the manager at the business that I spoke to seemed to have believed and still somewhat believes that the business tax receipt is certificate of use. Yes, and I explained that to him in detail. It used to be years ago, but now they're separated, so you have another certificate that you need to renew. He said that he would send it up to corporate and they would handle it. As of Tuesday, he stated, I sent it to corporate, I'll get back with you when they let me know what's what. And I'm assuming they have not gotten back with him.
Maybe this will get their their attention. It's always corporate, but they should know better. They're a big company. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city and enter an adjudication setting an abatement compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $300 until the violation is abated.
And the last case on the agenda is Juancito Francias, case number MHVIO 2020-00128. This is Gary Beswick's case. Property 55 Northeast 130 Street. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of December 8th. The fine set was $250.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. The property owner applied for the permit. It's in the process now. It's in the zoning for review. So I'd like to table this case.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Case tabled until further notice.
And that concludes today's agenda.
Great. Meeting is over. Adjourned.
Here.
Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.